Well, hello there. How are we all doing? Welcome to another painting stream here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. I am Johnny Chiodini. It's been a while. I went on holiday toward the end of August, and then some stuff happened, and it kept me from streaming for a bit. So it's very, very nice to be back on your screens live streaming and unmuted. Yes, I activated my microphone before I started saying words, which I think we can all agree is some sort of miracle. So before we kick off, there's a super chat from CookieCat94 who says pre-stream hydration reminder, which actually did work. I went and got myself a pint of squash. There's also a can of beer that's slowly getting warmer, but I'll open it in a bit. Oh, look at that. Another super chat from JT Gerdes says, can't stay long as I'm needed to get ready for a cookout, but I'm glad to see you painting again. I will see you on the VOD. Take care of your wonderful self. Thank you so much, JT. It's nice to be back. Yeah, so today, you may remember that in previous streams, I've been working on a Blood Bowl team that is, they're vampires who are also pirates, who are also athletes. Just go with it. It all makes sense eventually. And I'm just going to be cracking on with a few of them, to be perfectly honest with you. But how are you all doing, chat? What have you been up to? And what are you working on right now, is the question. Are you crafting anything? Are you just chilling out? Are you if you're in the UK, how about this weather? I hate it. We're having a real little mini heat wave. Just when I thought autumn had arrived. It's like, here we go, it's my time. I get to be happy about the weather. And then, wham! 28 degrees. Although it is good for the chili plants I'm growing, so it's fine. Bloody hell, straight in off the bat. E for Burn has done a super sticker. It is of some sort of fruit. The fruit has, I suppose you... it's a pear. I was going to say it has some sort of pear-like shape. It appears to be a pear, but not just any pear. It appears to be some sort of sentient pear. A pear that is capable of waving, of asking a question. The question appears to be, how's it going? But also relaxing. This pear is kind of there with a natty sports band on its head, just sort of chilling out here going, how's it going? What a wonderful, wonderful age we live in. What an incredible scientific discovery we have made. And I have immediately got paint right up into the ferrule of this brand new brush. So well done me. That was good, wasn't it? Thank you very much for the super sticker. And there's another super chat just coming from Paul Howarth, who says, greetings and salutations. How are you? I am well, apart from the weather, which is good for my chili plants. But apart from that, everything is good. The super chats are absolutely storming in. A random L is on a super chat saying, to help my MH, work have let me change my Monday hours so I can cross-stitch along with you and the Skelly Pals from 4 every week. Super excited. Excellent. I'm very glad that you have an understanding workplace that lets you do that. Because, to be honest with you, you know, like, working office hours, they're not... Having everyone work the exact same hours is not always essential, depending on what you do. So it's great that they are sort of more understanding and sympathetic. What's everyone working on then? Purple Marauder is working on eating my dinner. Will says, I'm cleaning up my code so that it doesn't make Rubocop mad. Anonymous is cooking rice and heating my meat and beans dish, a bit like chili con carne. What's everyone else doing? M. Lux is working on a psychology assignment, but I don't think that's what you mean. That absolutely works. Nevermore is having breakfast. A lot of people dining right now, which is nice. Dragon Mage 05 has done a super chat saying, all good here, have started collecting and assembling some Sisters of Battle. Hope all is good with you, weather is silly warm. It is silly warm. I don't like it, but you know what? All is well with me. I had a 2-nap day yesterday. I had a very relaxed weekend, which was very, very good. Bloody hell. They are all pouring in. We've got a super chat here from CookieCat94 saying, finally finished my mini kitchen and started a mini study. So I'm actually painting along this week. Excellent. I hope that the brush strokes are in your favour. I hope painting goes well. God, you can tell it's been a while since I've streamed because I've forgotten how to talk like a human being. TransGamerNerd27 has done a super chat saying, glad to be off work to catch a painting stream for once and continuing work on my Imperials. Glad to see you again, you wonderful bean. It's lovely to be back, to be perfectly honest with you. Kind of didn't realise how much I missed streaming until I wasn't doing it, which I guess is how missing things works. But you know what I mean. But yeah, no, it is, oh God, absolutely lovely to be back. And I hope your Imperials are treating you well. I need to get back to 40k. I've still got some Sisters of Battle to finish up. Eva Byrne has done a super chat this time, saying, I'm trying to crochet a sleeve for my cardigan. It seems the sleeves take longer than the rest of the cardigan. Interesting. I know bugger all about crochet, so I was going to try and offer an opinion or a theory as to why, but I can't, so I shan't. Roswell Walton's done a super chat saying, have a drink on me and thank you for this chill stream. Thank you very much, Roswell. That's really kind of you. I'm actually planning to go out for a drink this very evening with my wife, of whom I'm very fond. So that should be nice. Just sort of ease ourselves into the week. Because I've got a couple of bits to catch up on. There's a couple of videos I owe my patrons from last month, which I didn't manage to get done because life got in the way. But I thought, you know what? Instead of trying to rush them out today, I will wait until tomorrow. So we're going to have a nice little pint in our local and just chill the heck out. But right now I'm painting a blue waistcoat on this pirate here. This is going to be a thrall in the Blood Bowl team I'm painting. These are miniatures from Punga, which is they make some great minis. They are a bit on the expensive side, but also they have some of the most fun sculpts to paint that I have ever encountered. So I don't really mind having paid a bit more to get these minis. And that's if you buy them direct. They will also license people out to print their miniatures and sell them. So you can get some of them cheaper on eBay from people who are licensed. So like you're not doing the actual company out of any money, and you can spend less than half the amount of cash to get a team, which is really, really nice. So yeah, Ellie Mom, hello. Ellie Mom has done a super chat saying, hello Mushroom. I want to thank you for creating Alfred Strangetide, my D&D group. Love him, and I made him gay, and I love him dearly too. Thank you for the heart emoji. You are more than welcome. Alfred Strangetide is one of my favourite NPCs I've ever created. And a part of that, I think, is because it feels like he was created as part of a group effort rather than anything else. Because obviously I had a picture of him in my head, and it did not survive 2 minutes with the Oxventurers. And instead Alfred became something different and something I genuinely think, on balance, is better than what I originally had planned. So I'm glad that you're continuing that legacy. And that Alfred is living his best life. I guess I've never really thought about Alfred's sexuality. So, you've got stripy trousers. Hello. Sorry, that was those two separate sentences. That wasn't a euphemism for anything. I just didn't realise this guy's got stripy trousers. So I guess I'll paint stripes on them. I've not really consciously thought about Alfred's sexuality, so I don't want to do a bigoted wizard author here and kind of retcon my own stuff and say, oh no, that's definitely right. But I can absolutely see Alfred being gay. I think that fits quite nicely with his character, actually. Not the petulant baby stuff. I just mean like he's, I don't know. Yeah, I can see it, basically. I think that makes sense. But if I do decide to include it, I promise you, I will establish it properly in a session, rather than just with a tweet saying, hi, I'm still relevant. And before I start spouting off a whole bunch of nonsense about other people's rights, I'm going to just share an incidental detail that I didn't bother to flesh out and actually make part of my world, thereby, sort of inspiring and helping people. I'm just going to claim credit for it now. No reason. Just an example of what somebody might say, I guess. Right. Oh man, I did not realise this. I did not realise this miniature has the old stripy trousers, but that's fine. We can work with that. There we go. Okay. The Nice Switch says, apropos of nothing, fuck transphobes. You know what? You're absolutely right, The Nice Switch. Apropos of absolutely nothing, fuck transphobes. Fuck them. Fuck them. We don't need them. Nobody wants them around. Anyway, Revolver Rock says, hair's looking longer. Is the temp reasonable? I mean, it's, yeah, the hair's not so long that it's, like, unbearable. I've decided, like, I was buzz cutting my hair and then I thought I'll let it sit for a while and just see what happens. I do this, I kind of let my hair grow and then I crash it way shorter. So maybe I'll grow it long again. I don't know. The Purple Marauder says, square base? Question mark, question mark, question mark. This miniature is just blue tacked on. Because I have already done the bases for these minis separately. And I get very nervous about painting a mini on a base that's already done, or, you know, something like that. So I paint them separately, then I paint the base up, and then I stick them down. So do not worry. I'm not actually playing Blood Bowl with square bases. Although, to be honest with you, it would be quite useful, because all of the squares on the old Astra Granite are, well, they're squares. So, you know. Chaos says, because I've come here directly from watching car engineering videos, I was for a second concerned that Johnny was drinking brake fluid. Who says I'm not, Kay? Who says I'm not? It's Vimto. That, you know. I was very excited to find a bottle of dilutable Vimto in my local shop the other day. I haven't had Vimto in ages. My wife was unimpressed. But then I pointed out that I bought her some squash that she liked, so she could jolly well leave off. So there we go. Chaos says the lack of choking and dying indicates not, to be honest. That's a very good point, yeah. I hadn't really thought about that. It's weird that brake fluid can be that colour, though. M. Lux has done a super chat saying, enjoy your drinks. I'll be looking on enviously from lockdown in Melbourne. Oh, God. Alyssa says, Johnny drinking brake fluid, but they can stop any time. Boo! M. Lux, I hope lockdown is going okay. I know it is very... It's tough over there right now, isn't it? It's kind of... There's a lot of lockdown happening. And sort of, you know... In the UK, we certainly went through it where it felt like there was no end in sight and it was just interminable and tough. And you do want to do the right thing, obviously, but there's no denying that it is difficult. So I hope you're okay, and I hope, you know, things move on very, very swiftly. Will says, you know what I haven't had in years? Tizer. Yeah, Tizer, right? I used to think Tizer was, like, in terms of prominence and, like, budget and ad spend and stuff. Like, they had all those, like, Tizer head adverts and stuff. I was like, Tizer's one of the major players. Tizer's, like, one of those... It is, like, an up there, like, A-tier soft drink. And then something just happened. I guess what happened was more that Coca-Cola didn't buy Tizer. But then suddenly it was one of those ones that was, like, MS Paint tier packaging, and it cost, like, 20p in the shop. And it was like, what? What happened to you, Tizer? You're still the same. You're still a tasty, fruity beverage that is an alarming colour. But what, you know? Am I, like, it's not just me. Like, did anyone else notice this sort of fall from grace that Tizer had? It's very strange. Anyway, there are some super chats to get through. Alex Simpkins says, thank you for being a personal inspiration, Johnny. My headcanon is that Alfred Stragetide has been cursed by the watch from Watch Out. Ooh, that's a very good point. I hadn't thought about that. Well, I mean, obviously I hadn't thought about that because the watch from Watch Out didn't exist when I made Alfred and wasn't my invention. But that is a very interesting headcanon. Eva Byrne says, speaking of bats, I wonder how the muddler is doing. Hang on, it's going to come to me in a minute. The muddler. The muddler. The muddler. The muddler. The muddler. Was that us? Was that when we were talking about... Yes, I remember now. Talking about like a muddler to make cocktails, and then the muddler sounds like a Batman villain. Is that right? Forgive me, it is genuinely hard to keep up with the cinematic universe. The Nice Switch says, yeah, you'd put SMTV Live on and there'd be the Tizer head yelling at you. Yeah, exactly. Right, there we go. Arcadia says, I heard there will be Oxventure at MCM. Yes, we are returning to live shows, which is going to be great. I'm probably going to cry at the end of the first one, but hey, hey. Hey, 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 ho. Scott Perkins is on a super chat saying, welcome back. Glad to have these chill vibes on a day like today. Hope the painting goes well. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going all right. I've been surprised by some stripes on some trousers, but who hasn't of a Monday afternoon? Yes, during the charity single stream. There we go. There we go, yeah. Severus Dartmoor says, didn't the Paul Gascoigne Raoul Moat thing help Tizer's downfall? Bloody hell, I completely forgot about that. Fucking hell. What a strange country. What a strange country this is. Oh gosh. Okay, so I've decided to make these trousers purple and cream striped. So we've gone in with that. And as per usual, the miniature cam is slightly out of focus. What I need to do is nail one of my elbows to the table, so I've always got that reference point. Joshua Hillman says, I'm booked in for Birmingham. I'll see you there. The Nice Witch says, I want to go to the shop and get a load of weird pop now. Who wants a dandelion and burdock? I've told you about softs in the loft before, right? And if anyone here is a member of Paul Flannery or the Pirate Moustache's Twitch community, you'll doubtless already know what I mean. But you know what? I've asked. There's got to be someone out there who hasn't heard of softs in the loft. So let me tell you about the greatest game ever to involve a bag full of mystery soft drinks. This game was invented by Paddy on the Dicebreaker podcast. You did, yeah. There we go. It's a game invented by Paddy Jervis of Johnny and the Baptist fame, if you're familiar with that band. And basically, it's very simple. The idea is, it was your cousin's wedding last week. Lovely wedding, of course it was. Everyone loves a wedding. Free bar, really generous, like absolutely delightful. And at the end, there were loads of soft drinks left over. And, you know, Dad being Dad, scooped them all up, stuck them in the loft. And now Dad's gone up there to get something, but he's asked if anyone wants a soft drink while he's up there. So the idea is everyone's at the bottom of the ladder, and there's a player who has gone and bought a bag of soft drinks from the local shop. And obviously, you know, like, the more obscure, the better. But they are playing as Dad, who's up the ladder and can see all of the soft drinks. And then and then everyone has to guess the soft drinks that are in the bag by saying, Daddy like, and then naming a soft drink. So it'd be like, Daddy like Tizer. And if there is a Tizer in the bag, indeed, Daddy does like Tizer, and you win the Tizer. If your guess is wrong, it goes to the next person. If you say, like, Daddy like Fanta, and there is a Fanta in there, but you haven't named the exact flavour, you can be asked to provide the flavour. So it'd be like, Daddy like Fanta, Daddy gonna need you to be a bit more specific. And it's, honestly, it's incredible, because, like, it's a game we've played a lot, actually, outside, funnily enough, sat at a COVID-safe distance. You're going to meet up with some people in a park, and when you turn up, they're all in a bag. All the softs are in the loft. They don't know that you're going to pull out a bag and start playing this game, so they don't even know they're going to be playing. And then you can just say, who's for a game of Softs in the Loft? The game takes ages, but is really fun, and people get a nice drink out of it. It's really, really wholesome, and I absolutely love it. Paul Flannery used to run it on his Twitch channel, where if you were a subscriber, you were allowed to guess, and if you guessed correctly, he would actually post you the can, which I thought was a cut above and beyond. Absolutely incredible. I should mention there have been spin-offs to Softs in the Loft, like Crisps on the List, which is not as good, but that's Crisps. I can't remember. There was a biscuit one, but I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, Softs in the Loft, absolutely incredible game. Anyway, while I was banging on about a very, very silly game, we had a couple of super chats come in. One from Trezen saying, since I said we'd be ready to welcome you home in the Kia Discord, and I try and keep my promises, welcome back, Johnny. Thank you very much, Trezen. That is lovely. It's it's good to be back. I hoped to be back last week, but you know, shit happens. So, but I'm back now, and you know what? These stripy pirate trousers are going better than I thought they would. There you go. So then these lovely fetching trousers. Again, this is the team I might... Is it going to be either going to be this or a Goblin team that I'm going to be fielding in our Blood Bowl League's second season, which fast approaches. We had our first playoffs yesterday. So we've got our first semi-finalists already there. So 2 teams have been eliminated. I think I might be vying for a place in the semi-final this Sunday if all goes to plan. Very, very exciting indeed. Emma Benton is in the chat. Hello, Emma, saying, I don't know what I've walked into, but I wasn't prepared to hear Daddy this many times at this hour. Yeah, sorry about that. Ellie Mom has done another super chat about Alfred Strangetide, saying, my group does, however, insist on calling Alfred Alfie. Fair enough. I think that's all right. I think that's okay. Eccentric Lefty says, name for the biscuit game, Cookies in the Wookiee. Interesting. I suppose if you had like a Chewbacca-themed cookie jar and you were pretending to be a concerned vet who needs to remove them from Chewie's... It needs work. I think. It's nearly there. And I'm not saying that the premise of Sauce in the Loft is necessarily a strong one. Why does Daddy have to be up a ladder? Why is it Daddy? No one really knows. But, you know. Cookies in the Wookiee. I just don't understand why there's a cookie. Why there's a Wookiee involved, you know? Like... Whereas, like, chucking a bunch of leftover soft drinks in the loft, that's a dad thing through and through, isn't it? That's what they end up doing. But... Anyway, there we go. Chewy Pinata. Lucy says, hi Johnny, I feel terrible today, largely because I've run out of meds, so I'm very glad to see you. Hey Lucy, I hope you feel better soon and that you get a refill, because withdrawal ain't no joke. I missed my meds the other day, like a divvy, and felt fucking awful afterwards, so I heavily sympathise. I just cleaned my brush thinking I was done painting cream, and then I realised this guy's got a little shoulder pad, so I'm going to have to paint that. Cheeses in the freezer, says Lewis Cowper. That's pretty good. An expensive one to run, I will say, like, because the fun thing about Sauce in the Loft, right, is you're preparing to run a game. You go buy a bunch of soft drinks. You buy the obscure ones. You buy the 40p ones. You get the cans of Kia. You get your bars, cream soda, etc., etc. Like, there's no point really in buying Coke because someone's going to guess Coke straight off the bat. It's like, okay, well, that was just, that was a waste of one of the more expensive cans. If we're doing this with cheeses, unless it is one of those weird string bags of mini sort of sample cheeses, it's going to get expensive fast. And, if you want to pay that much to play a game of cheeses in the freezer, crack on, cracker on, as I'm sure somebody was scrambling to type just then. But, cost, I find is a factor when trying to design one of these games. Titan Uranus says, who has 2 thumbs and just got home from voting in the Swedish church elections? This person. Congratulations, Titan. Are you voting for a church in this instance? I hope the church you voted for wins? Or is it more people who are in positions in the church? I've never heard of a church election before, ever. The only sort of similar thing I know about is when they need a new pope and they go chat about it and then set some stuff on fire in a chimney. Biscuits in the barrel, says Ellie Mum. That's pretty good. There we go, that's good. Blair. Thunder Cookie's talking about chocolate soda. Emma, oh god, Emma says you should go to one of those stores here in the US where they have things like ranch soda. That would really throw people for a loop. That sounds... I like ranch. Like, I think it's delicious, but in a soda, I'm really not sure about that. Yeah, we vote for the Church of Sweden. It's very much like the ordinary political voting, but not the same year. Wow! Wow! That's amazing. Yeah. Cookie Cat 94 says, I've had chocolate port and it was wonderful. That's, yeah, chocolate port's good. Like, chocolate within beer, I can understand. But chocolate soda, in fact, there was a short-lived soda when I was a kid that was like chocolate and cherry. And it came in those weird little diddy cans. And it was marketed with like a strange, like, mad professor. Kind of like Professor Wheato, but gone wrong. And I can't remember the name of it, and I've not met anyone who remembers it, so it's entirely possible that it's entirely possible that, you know, either I made it up or my friends are conspiring to gaslight me. But does anyone remember that drink? I don't know. Mixer can, that's right, Hoplite 22, that's what they're called. Diddy can, you knew what I meant. Mixer can. I didn't have much cause for mixers when I was a child, you know? Would it be fizz? I don't remember. Roswell Bottom says, I'm old, I remember hedgehog flavour crisps. I don't know if they were hedgehog flavour though. I remembered those, I think. Oh my god, James JWR says, I remember there being a short-lived product marketed as Smizzy or Smooth and Fizzy. Scott Perkins asks, who remembers Panda Pop? Cool, everyone bloody remembers Panda Pop. I'd hope. Probably not, but yeah, Panda Pops were a staple of my childhood. They weren't great, but they were cheap. While we're at it, Lilt is disgusting and Ting is way, way better. There we go. The addition of pineapple... We've already had this argument, but the addition of pineapple in Lilt makes it just unpalatable and crap. Lewis Calver says, the real test is how much is a Freddo, surely. I stopped buying Freddos the day they were no longer 5p. They used to be 5 pence. I remember being outraged the day the double-decker and my double-decker went to 33 pence. God. We're in real danger here. Like, another 20 minutes of this and we'll all be sharing memories of World War II battles we weren't present for, but really feel like, you know, we would have done a good job if we were there. Terrifying. But it is where, you know, like, people like, you know, these things are cultural constants, or not, as it were. It's kind of interesting. Mancoy says, do they have the grapefruit soda squirt in the UK? The #1 childish joke inducing named soda. No, they do not. At least not as far as I'm aware. Thomas Tomasi says, I don't remember Freddo's ever being 5p. Oh, mate. Oh, was it 10p? Oh, no. I think it might have been... That's right, because it went from 10p to 15p, and I was outraged. I used to buy them as 10p. Sorry. Forgive me, I'm not... God. I said it with such conviction and outrage as well. It's almost like humans are fallible, and a lot of our outrage is just manufactured. Aww. $10p was my Freddy baseline. Yeah, 10p Freddos, forgive me. I remember one day a girl at my school found a tenner on the floor and I convinced her to spend it all on Freddos. So they only had a box of 60, but we went and bought it and then just lived like royalty for a bit. We gave a lot of them out. Xenagil180 has done a super chat saying, just got my disability check and I'm feeling generous. What spin would you give vampires if you wrote vampire fiction? Wow. Okay, so first, thank you very much for the super chat. That's very, very kind of you. It's very generous. What spin would I give vampires? I think... Oh, God. Is it weird that the first thing that sprang to mind is like giving them really boring jobs? Like really, like, pun very much intended, soul-sucking jobs. Where they're just, just there like filling out the same form time and time again at a desk. Something like that, where they work in really drab and like just not meaningless, but like just hyper dull jobs. Almost like they want to keep themselves on the down low. Something like that, I think. That's what I'd go for. I read a very, very good thing written by a friend of mine recently about vampires, and there was a great twist on that. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to say what it is in case it actually gets pitched and goes to publication, but it's very cool. Big fan of it. So, yeah. Thunder Cookie says vampire auditors are something that makes sense since in many folklores they have to compulsively count. There we go. Cookie Cat 94 says it could be called night shift. I love it. Nevermore says I would make them a televangelist. That's a good one, isn't it? Peter Gray says Colin the soul-sucking vampire from What We Do in the Shadows is just absolutely brilliant. I forgot about that. Josephina Vengerberg has done a super chat saying, hey, big hugs, Johnny, and just wanted to thank you and the Skellies for being lovely as always, with a smiley face and a heart emoji. Thank you so much, Josephine. That's really, really lovely. It's good to see you in chat again. It's good to be doing this again and to have a chat in which to see people. Mabel Teacher says, I've said this already this week, but give me the medieval vampire fiction. Maybe we should do a writing club or something sometime. I have been thinking sometimes, because it's good every now and then to sort of reevaluate your Patreon tiers and think about changing things up. Like, I do wonder, like, if at some point people would like the writing module, which is currently obviously Weird Tales of Adventure, to be sort of switched up a bit and... or whether they would just like RPG scenarios every month forever and ever. Amen. But the idea of... Basically, I'm wondering if I can launch a Patreon tier where we just serialise a novel about vampires. I think it'd be terrifying, because I've never written a novel, and while I wanted nothing more than to be a writer as a child, and that's still kind of true, kind of interesting, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Costume Chowan says, like another series of, another session of 1,000-Year-Old Vampire. Yeah, kind of. I found the game a bit finicky, and the pressure to write such short entries I felt a little bit stifled by it. Journaling RPGs are brilliant though. Like The Machine by Adira Slattery and Fen Slattery is just incredible. I had such a good time playing with that. And I'm still waiting to get my hands on the original volume that I sent out like well over a year ago now, probably 18 months ago, just to see what other people have written. I think it'd be really great. Let's see, there's a bit more leather there. Oopsie. Okay, and that's a leather band. Challenge with these models is that obviously, as you can see, I'm painting this particular model up to have dark skin, but there's also quite a lot of leather on here. So right now, it's starting to look all a little bit samey, but I have a plan to differentiate between them with layering effects. Hopefully it'll come good. We will see. Because I think if I can get these sort of brown tones to stand out, but also complement one another, that would be very nice. We shall see. One thing I didn't realise was this guy's also got some fabric tied around his waist. I would have made that cream if it weren't for the fact that there are already cream stripes on the trousers. So I might make that a dark red. Why not? We'll treat ourselves. Gory red? No. Where's the heavy red? Tan, hammered copper, no. Heavy red, there we go. Oofed. CookieCat94 says, so, no vampires and jorts? Oofed. Comet8489 says, how is Watson coping in the heat? She's doing okay. She's sleeping right now at my feet. But yeah, as per usual, she doesn't love it when it's really, really hot. But it's been worse. Thank you for asking after her. She's doing very well, actually. I'm absolutely delighted that there seems to be a conversation popping up about what people would wear in their author pictures. Mancoy says, my problem if I ever became an author is my ideal clothes happen to look a lot like what Neil Gaiman wears, so I'd look like a copycat. Nah. There's room in all of, authordom for two people to dress like that. I think it's fine. But it's a very important consideration. I'm very glad people are talking about it. Ellie Mom has done another super chat saying, have to go be mom now, with a smiley face. I adore you, Mushroom, with a heart emoji. Thank you, Ellie Mom. Lots of love to you, and obviously to, your kid. Hope you have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you again for the super chats. Oops. David Story says, could they make a rugby version of Blood Bowl? Would the rules still be able to apply? I think so. Because actually, Blood Bowl is considerably less stop-start than actual American football. Because, the nice which says hot dog costume is the only correct thing to wear in your author photo. I'll bear that in mind should I ever get a book deal. The nice witch. I promise you, I will at least try and wear a hot dog onesie. So yeah, rugby and Blood Bowl versus American football and Blood Bowl. Because obviously in rugby, if the ball carrier goes down, the game doesn't stop in that way. Ooh. Yeah, it's so in American football, if the ball carrier goes down, then they're bah, stop play, That's, that's the first down. Now it's time for the second down or whatever. And they set up again and they snap the ball and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in rugby, if the ball carrier goes down, then it's just a matter of trying to get the ball and trying to leg it the other way. Play doesn't stop very often. Blood Bowl is actually more similar to that. Like, you only start a new drive when someone's scored a touchdown or a half ends. A player's turn can end if, say, they have the ball carrier and if they have the ball and they fall over and drop it, or if they try and tackle someone, just in general, and it doesn't succeed. But all that does is give control of the game back to the other person. So I genuinely feel it is a bit more like rugby than American football, in truth, which kind of, to be honest with you, makes sense because it was, designed by a man called Jervis Johnson, who's British, but it's packaged up like American football because it's just, good fun that way. But yeah, it's I would say that Blood Bowl's got more in common with rugby. There, I said it. If the stream suddenly goes, it's because Games Workshop agents have swung in through my window to arrest me and upsell me a box of Dominion. Okay. How are we looking? That's there. I need to layer up this leather and the skin. Do that metal and do something with the hair. Okay. We'll do the metal first. David Story says, so they could create a rule set for the ball down struggle, that all. Well, the thing is, there is a ball down struggle. If the ball goes down, it bounces, and then it is just a scramble to pick it up, rather than setting up again. Josephina Vengerberg has done a super sticker. It's of a Shiba Inu sort of doing like a little dance, waggling its butt around, while hearts emerge from... I'm going to say it. It looks like the hearts are emerging from its butt. So there we go. Thank you very much for the super sticker. That Sheeb is having a great day, even if I suspect it might need to see a vet. Lucy has said, apropos of nothing, I've recently discovered there's such a thing as sweet potato hummus, and it's delicious. Have you ever had any? No. Never. I never heard of it or even contemplated it before I read that comment. Curious. Timothy Thomas has done a super chat saying, hey Johnny, me and my friend Ben have just got our tickets to MCM Birmingham to see Oxventure live. Can't wait. With a little boar emoji. Thank you very much for the super chat and for getting your tickets in. It's going to be so surreal to be playing D&D in front of a live audience, but it's going to feel really good. And like I say, I'll probably get all emotional at the end of the session, so look forward to that bit. Titan Uranus says hearts are stored in the butt. Yep, there we go. You heard it here first. Another thing about pirates, a lot of buckles on this lot. Well, yeah, no, there are. There just are. I said what I said. Yeah, that'll do. And the Nice Witch says, buckles are for pirates and JRPG characters. Indeed, those two categories are not necessarily exclusive either. There we go. Oh, and then the belt buckle. Lot of buckles. Lot of buckles. Emma Benton says, lots of buckles are a great aesthetic until you have to try and get around them to go to the bathroom. Then they are a hindrance. Yes, I can see that. I have yet to experiment with a many buckled outfit, but to be honest, even wearing dungarees when I'm out, that's enough to catch me unawares sometimes. That makes it sound like I'm pissing myself. I don't piss myself. But I always forget that there's more of a logistical challenge when you're wearing dungarees. Croshtube Chowan says, well, gotta go, dinner time. Have fun, guys. Bye. Take care, Croshtube. Thank you for dropping in. Emma Benton says, speaking from one too many Ren Fair moments. Yeah, I can fully imagine. I've never been to a Ren Fair. They sound like a lot of fun. Although I feel like I've got a bit of the Ren Fair experience just from E3, where there's always one food truck just selling turkey legs, and there's always one dude just wandering around the halls of E3. The halls of E3, just being like, nom, 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 with the whole turkey leg. And that's kind of, as a result, what I imagine a lot of Renaissance fairs are like. I don't know if that's fair or not, but it's what's up here. Kobe Morris says, if anyone wants to see the height of buckle technology, Google Diz from the Kingdom Hearts franchise. That man cannot be comfy. Oh, I think I know who that is. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so let us layer up. We're going to start layering up the leather first, because I am... Will says, a turkey leg is good Renaissance fare. Very good. Emma says, that's accurate. It's also a hilariously inaccurate name, because most of what people are wearing is not from the Renaissance. Take that, Ren Fair. Fair, though. As in, that is understandable. That God damn it. Homonyms! Quixotic Raven says, one of my favourite Ren Fair food places is Steak on a Steak. Oh, dear. I don't know why that surprised me. But yeah, Steak on a Steak. You know what you're getting. You know what you're getting. I should be switching to a smaller brush for this detailing. In fact, I shall. Once I've done this bit, because this bit's easy. Okay. Scott Perkins says, for a nation that has at least a castle per county, the UK doesn't seem to have many Ren fairs. It doesn't... It just doesn't. Like, I think the novelty's just not... The appetite for it's just not quite there in the same way. Well, I'm not reading that one out. But I see you, and I see what you're doing. You're on form with the puns today, but that's not an endorsement. Really gave us a sausage in a bun. I discovered recently that a dibbler, as in CMOT dibbler, is a tool that you use to separate out a seedling before potting it out into a bigger plant pot. Which was news to me. There we go. Iffy has done a super chat saying, happy to see you're feeling better, with a smiley face. I adulted today and booked an audiologist appointment, then rewarded myself by buying overalls. That sounds like a pretty great day. Useful admin. Delightful reward. I hope you look cute as heck in your overalls. I'm sure that you do. Overalls are great fun. Cookie Cat 94 says, I know a guy who volunteers part-time as a jouster at the Renaissance Fair. He's a freelancer. Very good. Thank you, CookieCat94 for the super chat, and Iffy for your super chat as well. I mean, actually, to be fair, I do really like the fact that that's where freelance comes from. It made me feel a lot better about quitting GameSpot back in the day with absolutely no sort of ongoing plan or prospects. It's like, but I'll be freelance. So that was nice. Okay, so hopefully you can see, I'll just adjust the focus. In layering up the leather sort of here on the back and in other places, I'm using sort of a lighter and quite, it's a much warmer brown. It's got quite a bit of red in it, this. So that should hopefully help it stand out from the sort of darker, richer skin tone here, which I am going to highlight. I'm going to layer it up with the same colour, but I'm going to add a bit of cream in there to try and lighten it. But yeah, hopefully we can start to build in a bit of differentiation between the different shades of brune. Mrs. G says, we'll need to catch up later, but need to thank you. I've managed to remember my work. I shouldn't read that out, actually. Good for you, Mrs. G, but I'm not, it's safer if I don't read that out. If he says, overall / dungaree party at MCM? Interesting. I mean, it's still sort of a bit too early to, I think, for sort of meet and greets to be happening. I certainly don't think I know there are none planned for the Oxventures at MCM, and I don't know about EGX. Obviously, we'll be there, but I don't know if meet and greets will be happening by that point. But I don't know. Like, the idea of everyone just wearing overalls and or dungarees if they want to sounds pretty fun. I went and met up with a friend who has the water type dungarees from Black Milk, where I have the plant ones. So she was sort of wearing her Squirtle and Wartortle and Blastoise dungarees, and I was in my ones with Ivysaur and Bulbasaur and Venusaur. And we looked cute. We looked great together. It was powerful. I also got a lot of looks travelling over there. We walked past sort of a couple of ladies at King's Cross, and they just went, wow, as I passed. I don't know if it was positively or not, but hey, there we go. I was having fun, and that's the important bit. Right, layered up the boots. Time to work on the skin and the hair. Roswell Watton says, yeah, living in the north does mean being unable to attend most cons, etc. I know, it's a shame that that there's such a focus on the south when it comes to conventions. It's really rubbish. The Nice Witch says, I've got the Eevee jacket from that Black Milk collection. Be my friend. I'm your friend. I'd hope. We know each other moderately well online. We're internet friends. The Nice Witch. Ooh, Coonigan says Skelly dungarees as merch. Interesting. I will put that to the Oxventure team, because that means that I wouldn't have to develop it. Because I keep thinking I need to get merch sorted for this here channel, and I've had ideas, And I still need to set up the Etsy for the badges that I've had for ages. It's just one thing after another, really. But yeah, I do need to get on that. So, but Skelly Dungers, yes, please. Let's see. I need to paint this dude's hair. Emma Benton has done a super chat saying, "Did you hear about the new adventure book where Schrodinger's cat and Pavlov's dog team up? I asked the librarian at my local library if they had it. They said it rang a bell, but they didn't know if it was there or not." Yeah, I can't be mad at that. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good, actually. Well done. Right. What colour hair? There's a bit of metal in there, isn't there? I might just do it black for now. Uh-oh, everyone very much into the idea of skelly dungarees. Might look into this. Because it would be quite good with all the ribs and stuff. Interesting. Okay, well, let's see. John Hall says, "Any news on the Champions June last gift, Johnny? Have they been sorted yet?" It's on order. I've worked out what it is now, and it is on order, so it should be coming out to you very, very soon. I will keep you posted. Again, very sorry for the delay on that, because that is a non-trivial amount of time, and I haven't been keeping you updated, but it is in hand. Rudy Joe says, "You need it for Halloween? The spooky season is upon us." Near enough, anyway. I watched the original Candyman the other day. Just for fun, really. I wasn't even thinking about the new one. And now I am kind of tempted to see the new one. I don't know if it would be any good, but here's hoping. I do like a horror film. Alessa says, "I can't post links, can I?" No. I need to change that, actually, because I thought I'd set it so that links are held for review, but it just nixes them entirely. Well, no. Fuck's sake. Okay. Yes, that's right. I was going to work on... Going to work on the skin on this guy. Who wants in? Good pig. Adam Yole says, "The new Candyman is pretty middle of the road, but worth a watch. The final act lets it down because it feels a little rushed." Okay. Understood. Bizarrely, I kind of feel like that's just a bit of a thing with sort of boogeyman-esque stories and films, because they have to spend so long setting it up and having the tension build. Like in the original Candyman, you don't see Candyman for ages, absolutely ages. Loki Akai has done a super chat saying, "A colony of moss for your stone surfaces in the beer garden." Thank you very much. Actually, we rearranged the balcony today so that the plants can get a bit more light while the weather's good. So it feels like I've been working on the beer garden. Aha. Thank you, Will, for the... Oh my god, yeah, that's almost exactly it, isn't it? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. No guarantees, but I'll see. Okay, so... Gonna start layering up. I'm doing this first by... You know what, I am going to shade this, so I think I can afford to be a bit bolder. Hopefully you can see here. Corvus Albright's done a super chat saying, Biergarten, why not Jägergarten? I'm starting to work on this guy's face, sort of layering over some lighter colour, which right now looks very patchy. Looks like I've spread chalk all over him. But I'm going to do a second coat, and I'm going to shade this mini and then go over that again. But just trying to break up the uniformity of the colour and get it looking a bit more kind of lifelike. Why not Jägergarten? I mean, I do... Well, it's not really Jaeger, so I was about to say, because you keep telling me to go have a Jaeger bomb. I was thinking there's a pub I know of that does brilliant, brews an incredible iron brew sour, and they use it for a bomb. It's a Bucky bomb, so it's a shot of buckfast dropped into some of this iron brew sour. It's delicious. It's genuinely wonderful, but that's not really in keeping with the Jaeger bombs you keep insisting I buy with super chats. I'll get there. Chris Ashworth has done a super chat saying, Hey Johnny, hope you're okay. How are the vampires doing? I'm rebuilding my Slanesh chariots after I dropped the case they were in. Oh no, that sounds tedious. There's nothing... The only thing worse than, like, hobbying you're not excited about is hobbying where you're having to fix something. I hope it's an easy fix, and I hope they come out looking just as good, if not better. I'm doing well, thank you. The vampires are coming on pretty well. I've still got to paint up a few more before I can run a full list, because I've painted up... It came with 6 vampires. I've painted up 5 of them, but at the start of the league, I'll never be able to field 5. So I need to paint up more thralls to be linemen. So I've still got a ways to go before the team is ready, but... where did I put the tin? Bugger, they're in another room. But I have finished up my goblin team, including basing and stuff, and I'm pretty pleased with them, so that's nice. Okay, that looks alright. It is 5 o'clock. Have we really only been streaming for an hour? Are you kidding? Wow. I must be out of practice. It feels like we've been going for about 2. If he says the pub I went to the other day had Jaeger bombs as a special, and I am too old for that kind of thing. Yeah. Yep. Completely agree. Roswell Walton's done a super chat saying, I almost forgot the photo of you and Watson advertising literally everyone else in the world is just the best. It genuinely makes me smile every time I think about it and wear my own t-shirt. Thank you very much. I didn't know those t-shirts were happening until they appeared on my doorstep. So then I handed my phone to my wife and I was like, 2 pictures. And Watson was kind enough to join me on the swinging egg chair that we have on our balcony and do a little blep. So yeah, it was a great day all round, really. Right, now, I think I'm ready to shade this mini. Yes, I am. After 1 or 2 more minor adjustments, actually. There we go, yeah. Mabel Teacher says, time drags when you're with Skelly Pals? Ooh. That's not what I mean. No, the Scully Pals are lovely as ever. Very happy to be streaming again. Okay. Right. Big shade brush. I still can't find my shade brush, which is annoying. Having to adapt to a different brush, and I don't like it. Lewis Cowper has done a super chat saying, I feel like you'll enjoy this second-hand story. A guy I went to school with was nicknamed Monastery. His surname was Monkhouse. Very good. Thank you very much, Lewis, for a pun I genuinely hadn't heard before. And also for the super chat. Oh, lots of you think I said shave. No, shade. I'm going to shade the model, not shave. Don't even remember how to shave. Okay. Here we go. Get the old Agrax Earth shade. Make look good water, liquid talent, if you prefer. Just makes everything look better. Chaos says, so anyway, ships of the Swedish Navy. I'm never going to live that down. Scandinavian! I don't think I've ever been had that comprehensively by a stream comment before. Hopefully I'll never be had that badly again. But knowing you lot, I can't rule it out, can I? Transgamer Nerd 27 sounds super chat saying, hey Johnny, I'm thinking of designing a mini of you in Hero Forge. Is there anything you definitely want included in the design? Go wild. Go wild in the country, frankly. Whatever you fancy. I'm very flattered to have been made by a few people in Hero Forge, so it's always interesting to see what they sort of come out with. Yeah, go absolutely. Just follow your heart. Let me speak to you, through you. I don't really know what I'm saying anymore. CookieCat94 says, I spotted a Dalmatian yesterday. It was the least I could do. Oh no. Oh dear. Right. Good. Well, the shade on this miniature needs to dry, but that will hardly take long in this heat. So let's just chill out for a minute. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, speaking of time dragging, is it just me or is Road 96 just a better version of Life is Strange 2? I'm not aware of Road 96. I made no secret of it at the time that I didn't really feel like Life is Strange 2 worked as a road movie. I felt like it actually, if anything, it lowered the stakes more than anything. But there we go. But thank you very much for the super chat. I'm really excited about Life is Strange 3. Living Colours. I know that there are going to be a lot of people out there who are waiting for a Let's Play from me. Also, people are going to want to see Aoife play it. We're not playing it together because just logistically it's a nightmare now that we no longer work at the same company. But I will be playing it pretty much as soon as I can on launch day. I'm thinking about just recording an entire series and just whacking it up on YouTube and just letting it go. Like, just letting people go absolutely ham. Because if I try and slot it into the sort of Preston Chiodini schedule on my Patreon, then it's going to be months before people see it. So I think I'll just smash it out there. Nearly there. Gosh, this horrible, horrible heat wave is good for one thing, at least. A lot of tortured jokes coming out now. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. I know for a fact you aren't. Mr. Harry Gray says, I just handed my notice in at my old job. Is it normal to now feel terrified that the other job is going to fall through? That's a reasonable fear, but do not worry. I think it is going to be fine. Good luck and congratulations, more importantly. That's lovely, lovely news. Beard Burrito says, I got kind of lucky because the money I'd saved for some Sylvaneth, but they had none, but then Life is Strange is coming and I just need it. You know what? I will always back buying Life is Strange over Sylvaneth. I just have such a hard time beating them that I'm still sour about it, so... My long advertised hatred of the Sylvaneth, pleased to say, continues. To be fair, though, I haven't played Age of Sigmar in 2 years now, I think. So it's entirely possible that my army, now that Skaven's been redesigned and they got a new battle tome, could beat the Sylvaneth. I just haven't bothered to find out. Just continue to complain about them instead. Right, so... Trying not to be too heavy-handed. But I'm just going back in on this leather now and trying to just really build up a sense of wear and tear. Oh no, is everyone starting to play the, not play. Yeah, okay, yeah, people are bringing out ABBA jokes now. Fair enough. I mean, it's cool that they're back and that they appear to be doing concerts from inside Tron. It's not something I you know, it wouldn't have occurred to me that that's something we needed in 2021, but I'm absolutely here for it now. It's happening. Okay, that's done. Claire de Bear says, I got tickets. Yes! So are they virtual concerts in that, like, it's going to be a hologram band? Do I understand that right? Or is ABBA actually going on a world tour? This is now an ABBA discussion stream. If he says didn't have that on the Apocalypse bingo, well, they're kind of like Gandalf at Helm's Deep. Look to my coming at first light on the third day. At dawn, look to your local concert venue. Coonigan says, alas, 'tis bedtime. More alas, my uni restarts next week, so I won't be staying up for another 6 weeks. Lovely to see you all. Take care, Coonigan. I hope uni restarting goes swimmingly and that you have a lovely time and that your sleep patterns adjust nicely. Have a lovely sleep. Sweet dreams, etc., etc. But yeah, take care. It's been lovely to see you in chat, so have a good one. All right, quite pleased with how this chap's coming together. That's how we're looking right now. These minis really are lovely to paint, to be honest with you. Just a joy. Ooh. Cat94 says, I was shopping for a new bathroom this week and was shown an amazing toilet that plays ABBA songs when you flush it. What a loo. Should have banned you all at the start when I had the chance. People have come to expect it now. Wow. The Nice Switch says, just nice to think about ABBA for a bit, isn't it? It is, yeah. I know that ABBA sort of, at least one of the members, has like a chain of hotels in Sweden. They're pretty nice, actually. And it's where we'd always get put up when we were sort of doing press trips to go to DICE in Stockholm. And it turns out that there was a stack of CDs sort of in there, but they'd always have ABBA Gold in there. So, you know, there's always a lot of variables when you check into a hotel room. Like, will the bathroom be clean? Will there be a lot of light in the room? Will I look out onto other people's rooms, or I'm going to be looking out onto a car park, or what? Like, will there be coffee? La, 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 la. One thing you could always count on: copy of ABBA Gold and a CD player. Just wonderful. Michaela Hawkins has done a super chat saying, a bit late to the party, but I passed my massage licensing test Friday, and your streams reminded me to check in with myself over the last year, so thanks. Congratulations, Michaela, that sounds amazing. I'm sure it was a knotty problem, but you worked it out. There you go, there's a little massage pun for you. I'm sure you've heard them all before, so I don't know why I thought that was an appropriate thing to do, but congratulations genuinely on passing. And I hope you're looking forward to, like, the future in having a massage license. Oh! Will comes out the woodwork now to say no. Pot kettle. Emma Benton says Johnny no. Lewis Calfer says, have you heard that ABBA are doing a tour from their cruise ships? Because they've got these barcodes on them, you see, ... We all deserve each other, don't we? That's the secret. We're all just as bad as each other. Rotten, horrible, cursed skelly pals. Okay. I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm going to try and highlight the skin on this guy. DJ Turley has said, finally able to catch my first Johnny stream. Heard of this legend from Oxbox. I know it's a bit late to say, but congrats on your channel. Thank you very much. No, that is a very welcome sentiment. Thank you. It's I've had some time recently to sort of reflect and think about things and think about how the whole Patreon journey is going, and I feel bloody lucky to be doing what I'm doing. And it still feels very new to me, to be honest. This is, what, the 6th month now? Which is vaguely terrifying. But yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate that. Painting cheekbones. So far, so good. That actually looks pretty alright, so we'll just leave that. Oh, highlighting the tiny little details on skin is always a pain. It's just awkward that some of the, oftentimes the most expressive bit of a model is one of the tiniest bits, making it scary to highlight. But I think we've got away with this, to be honest. Yes, we have. Hooray! Feeling very good about this team on the whole. I think when they're all done, they're going to be the best sort of unit I've painted in Warhammer. Hang on, what's... Chaos has got an audition to be on The Chase. Yes, please. That sounds amazing. Congratulations. I hope you get on. Those of you wondering what The Chase is, it is a UK-based game show, I believe. I've never seen it, but I believe that that's what it is, so. Right, highlight that red. If he says, "Did I tell you all I got the promotion? I start tomorrow." Well, there's suddenly all of this amazing news coming out of the woodwork. John Hall has done a super chat saying, "This is for the 6-month drink fund and a welcome back drink. The Skelly Pals missed you." Thank you very much, John. It was weird being away. I just about kept things ticking over on some aspects of the Patreon. I'm glad I didn't miss press any Chiodini, etc., etc. But yeah, no, it's good to be back. Well, has anyone else got some big and exciting and lovely news that requires congratulations? Start dropping it. Start dropping it in there. I'll show you how this guy's coming on. Currently looking like that, which I'm quite pleased with. I don't really feel like there's much more I need to do to this. Maybe a tiny bit on the jacket. Ty C has done a super chat saying, "Thanks, Emma Benton and Will." Thank you, Ty, for the super chat. Charlie Stack says, "New job and moving to Portsmouth. Delightful." Corvus Albright says, "I had a shower yesterday." Yes. Neko the Kitty says, "My 40th birthday is in about 10 days. The Nice Witch says, "I have nothing." I haven't told you that your hair looks nice yet. Your new hair looks nice. So there. I got nothing, lol, says Emma Benton. That's not true. You're a wonderful human being. Palaven Command says, "I start school for respiratory therapy in November." So that's exciting. This is exciting. Joshua Hillmanator Hillman says, "I've just had 2 job interviews and both seem to go well, so fingers crossed." Cookie Cat 94, 10/27 last Thursday. Happy birthday for last week. Tom Chapman says, "My motorcycle insurance is £1,000 cheaper than last year. Honk honk." Transgamer Nerd 27 says, "My 25th birthday is tomorrow." Happy birthday for tomorrow. Mark Moser is starting a new job tomorrow. Peter Fisher says, "I defeated my wife in mini golf." The way you said defeated makes it sound like, honestly, it just sounds formidable. Bin Wizard hit 69,420 words on their PhD thesis. Yes, please. John Frick is moving house this week. Oh, good luck. A random lady says, "I paid back my student loans this weekend and saw some baby boars." Emma Benton, there you go, says, "I do have my first dress fitting for my wedding dress next week, so that's cool." That's amazing. That's great. I've definitely missed some here. John Hall is 44 on Sunday. Congratulations. Teresa M hits the big 44 on Saturday. So many birthdays. So many of them. Quixotic Raven says, "I started doing Tai Chi after not doing any exercise for ages." Ashley Bisnet says, "My mother-in-law had surgery Saturday and all went well and is in recovery." This is great. There we go. I'm glad that you're all, like, these are good things. These are nice, good things. Good for you all. That sounded sarcastic. I meant it sincerely. It's nice when people have good news to share. Eva Byrne has done a super chat saying, "I just got passed over for promotion in favour of my male co-worker who is less experienced, but it's fine because I hate my job and the guy is nice." That sounds rubbish, Eva. I'm very sorry. Even if the guy is nice and you hate your job, that's not the way things ought to be. That is shitty, and I hope you find a job that you prefer soon. Because you shouldn't have to deal with that. That is poor behaviour on the part of your employees. West Coast Weaver says, "So many great things. Can we do this every painting stream? Just a couple of minutes when everyone can brag a little bit." I will take that under advisement. I mean, I think everyone should always feel free to share their victories in stream comments. It's nice. Like, I've noticed a lot of the time people, come to stream chat with the things that are bothering and concerning them, and they get some good advice and they get some emotional support, which is very nice. Like, it's a very good community we have here. But It's also important to remember that sometimes you can just turn up and be like, this great thing's happened to me and I'm feeling good about it. Right, I'm going to call this one done, I think. Oh, wait, no. One last bit. There's always one last bit, isn't there? Where's that metal gone again? Okay. Oh, sorry, pig. Woke the dog up by dropping a paint. Good girl. Lovely. Hermit Prime says, "Hey, what did I miss? Hello. This pirate, who is also a vampire, who is also an athlete, is very nearly done. But we've also just been sharing bits of good news that have happened to us recently. So if you've got any that you'd like to share, jump on in." Aiden Folk says, on the Outside Xbox subreddit there was discussion about people dropping bad news on streams, wondering how streamers felt about it. Oops. You can hear that music, can you? Let's not get me DMCA'd, shall we? But that was Julian Baker there. Whoopsie. Yes, I am listening to music. It helps me concentrate when I'm painting, but yeah. Right, yeah. People dropping bad news on stream. It's like, the thing is, right, having a community is where people can come and, you want them to be themselves and feel like they can be themselves and talk with like-minded people, and that by necessity includes people not feeling so great, and I think that's fine. There are times when it is a bit like jarring, I guess, because people really they come to it obviously seeking sort of support and attention, and they really sort of want it, they feel like they need a lot of attention and validation, and that can be difficult because I'm not a trained professional, for example, and I can't reasonably give people that support. And also it can be a bit arresting sometimes when you're playing Fall Guys and someone's there being like, these things have happened and I'm in crisis, and it's like, okay, context I think is oftentimes important, so it can be awkward. It's like there have been very, very few periods where it's been genuinely arresting or troubling in the history of my career, but it happens, but that's just part of the vagaries of being online, I think, and just sort of the unexpected is going to happen. Some of it's going to be difficult to deal with, but yeah. Nick Jeffrey has done a super chat saying, "Hey Johnny, hope you enjoyed your holiday. I'm starting in a new Pathfinder game tomorrow, playing a catfolk dancer / rogue who named herself Unicorn." That sounds very interesting, Nick. And it sounds very you as well. Will says, "I've got some positivity and success to share, actually. I have a bunch of camembert, Edam and Roquefort to eat tonight. Just wanted to share the good news about cheeses." Oy. Well, this miniature is done. Let's paint another one. Good God. Zega Genesis, good username, has done a super chat saying, "I recently finished my first draft of my first novel, and I'm 3/4 of the way through my second, which just so happens to be a medieval vampire novel." That sounds amazing, Zega Genesis. Congratulations, that is no small undertaking. I've sort of just started to make very teeny tiny, like itty bitty teeny tiny forays into writing prose fiction for myself mostly lately, and it's intimidating. Like, so yeah, keep smashing it. That sounds amazing. Right. Claire de Bear says, Johnny, what was the game you played early on? It was black, white, and red, and had a character and a plague mask. Are you thinking of Death's Door? Or are you thinking of... You're thinking of Darkest Dungeon. I'm fairly sure. Black, white, and red, character and a plague mask. That's Darkest Dungeon, mate. Right. I'm going to swap brush again. And then Ghost Grey. Yeah, we'll go with that. So, I've been looking forward to painting this particular model for a while, because I think the sculpt is brilliant. Do I want to use that one? Yeah, Piglet. Yeah, I do. So, this model is of a lady in a frock with a pair of knuckle dusters who's kind of like springing forward, presumably to smash someone in the face. But she's wearing sort of this flowing dress, which is cool. She's wearing sort of like some a leather chest protector, and a pair of boots, and like a little bit of armour here on the shin. I'm just looking forward to painting this one. And I think I'm going to try and make most of the dress white, or at least slightly off-white. Ricardo Kitty says, speaking of Death's Door, did you finish it, or will there be more on stream someday? I haven't finished it yet. I'm just starting in on the third and final area, I think. I'm in the third and final area. Or at least as far as I'm aware. But I'm still bloody well I'm really enjoying it. I don't know if I'll play more on stream, to be honest with you. Just because I like to change it up, and I'm enjoying just playing it for myself. But yeah. Mabel Teacher says, are we ready for a cheese joke I actually wrote? Why is cheese so expensive? Because of the costs incurred. Bloody love it. Bloody love it. Excellent. Trans Gamer Nerd says, Johnny using cream? What a novelty. This isn't cream. Right, this is cream, but this is a ghostly grey. It's a different kind of off-white. I'm innovating. Sort of. Right. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's just slap down some honest to goodness grey-ish off-white. That's going to take 2 coats, isn't it? Speaking of which, I think Duncan Rhodes is launching his Paint Academy line of paints on Kickstarter today. Kind of keep meaning to check in and see if it's live, but that should be fun. Mabel Teacher says, I get to retire from stand-up now. It's a really good cheese joke, in fairness. You should be really proud of that one. Like, I really like cheese jokes, and they're... You know, you do end up hearing the same ones. And let's face it, on this channel, we tell cheese jokes a lot in the comments. The chat bloody loves a cheese joke. So for there to be a completely brand new one, and for it to be a solid banger, it's pretty great. Duncan's Kickstarter starts tomorrow. Damn. Will says, Duncan's paints are a bloody stupid idea. Grumble, grumble, grumble. How come, Will? Is it an accessibility thing in that, like, if he's only using his own paints, that it kind of defeats the purpose of the Painting Academy, or... Cookie Cat 94 says, but how do Duncan's paints taste? Well, that's the question, isn't it? I'm probably not going to end up backing that. I don't need 60 new paints. I'm just curious as to, like, sort of what he's launching with. I think it's quite cute. He's got his own line. Although I am interested in why you think they're a stupid idea, Will. As per usual, there is an element of painting this model that for me is puzzle solving, because I don't know quite where there are bits overlaying the dress and not. Yep, Will says 1, accessibility as you said. 2, who are they aimed at? Newbies won't buy Kickstarter paints. Veterans already have established collections. And 3, I can't see what they bring new to the table. Yeah, fair enough. Like kickstarting it does feel a bit weird for that very reason. If they just popped up in stores, like I think I'd probably end up picking up a few, but I'm not going to back it, and I don't know whether newbies would. And yeah, you raise a very, very good point. It's an odd proposition, but then, you know, I think sometimes Kickstarter is used as a vehicle to get the startup capital to make something happen, and then for it to become sort of available in stores. But it is a weird and slightly circuitous route to just making stuff available for retail in the way you want. So, yes, interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Aiden Folk says, to a certain extent, it's just merchandising, like streamers selling coffee. Yeah, what? I mean, please pull me up on this. If I ever end up selling coffee, send me this video on Twitter and I will owe you a bloody response. I do not... No disrespect to anyone. If they want to do that, cool. Like, I've seen, you know, a couple of people I know and like, selling their own coffee. I just don't get where the crossover is. It just seems like an odd product to start selling. Again, I mean, no disrespect to anyone, and you know, if they want to sell coffee, then absolutely go do it, make that money. I'm just confused. But maybe that's because I'm eminently unmarketable. No one's ever approached me to do an Instagram ad, for example. But then my Instagram is just pictures of my dog, so... Comment 8489 says, is it like monkey coffee that the streamers digested? Can you imagine? Hey everyone, it's me, Johnny Chiodini. I've been eating coffee cherries for the past week. I'm really sick, but it does mean that pretty soon I'm going to start selling my own blend of coffee. The stomach acids have really changed the flavour on this coffee. It's disgusting, but it's come from my stomach. More off-white, more off-white. Aha! Some texture. Okay. Is that leather? I don't really get what bit of this is and isn't. I'll just wing it and be fine. Okay, there is actually a bit of this I need to paint cream, so... Eccentric Lefty says, can we stop talking about poop coffee now? Probably. Coffee cherries are actually delicious. Oh, good. I hope so. Oh, no. Neko the Kitty says, well, now I won't be drinking the rest of the coffee I just brewed. Fair. Rob J says, what a moment for the new clip feature. Yep. Claire de Bear says, how is the Velvet Hippo? She's good. She's completely conked out. Mabel Teacher says, see, now I'm making dinner and all the cheese jokes are just making me want cheese and coffee for tea. That sounds like a recipe for pretty bad indigestion, but you know what? Live your life. Cheese and coffee, do it. Why not? Aha, that's another bit I need to paint cream. Will says, I have half a cucumber and now I am going to eat it like an apple. Yes, Will, I do the same thing because cucumber is great. Absolutely bloody delicious. Corvus Albright says, you know what's never been digested by some random animal and then marketed as a high-end product? Jaeger bombs. I can't fault you. I cannot fault you. Oh, good lord. Oh god, I'm gonna have to do a Jaeger bomb and film myself doing it, aren't I? Just for you, Corvus. Oh dear. Oh, good lord. I'd really like to know how, I guess marketing is probably the answer, Jaeger really embedded itself so heavily in metal culture. Like, my friend used to have house parties in Norwich. And, like, you know, the people he'd met through his universities, like Metal Sock and all that kind of stuff, they used to turn up and pour themselves pints of Red Bull and just pour in loads of Jaeger and just casually quaff a massive pint of Jaeger bomb. Oh, Nick Jeffrey says, Johnny, if I'm making you an XCOM 2, what class? Specialist, please. I like sending the bot out to heal people. It's been like, beep, boop, beep, whoop. Oh, apparently Eurogamer is already planning on doing the same thing whenever they return to the office, as Zoe's never had one. Well. I mean, I have had a Jaeger bomb, so at least I can say that for myself. But yeah. Oh, Will says they used to send a bunch of lasses in short skirts to alternative bars to hand out free shots. Well, there you go. DJ Turley says, have you seen the new Shang-Chi movie, Johnny? Also, are you into any Marvel/superhero movies? I haven't seen it. I'm kind of intrigued. I am dreadful at watching any sort of like Marvel and superhero things. The last... so I've seen Black Panther, because a friend really wanted to watch it after Chadwick Boseman died, and like to cheer her up. So we all got on Zoom and sort of all watched it together on Disney Plus. And I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was a wonderful, like really great film. Before that, I hadn't seen anything beyond Phase 1. The last Marvel film I saw was Avengers Assemble. So no, I'm terrible at watching these things. Absolutely awful. But yeah. Oh, good lord. Chaos says, I was at a wedding on Saturday with friends I've not seen in years, and as I left I bought the groom a Jaeger nuke, which is Jaeger, Goldschlager and white rum dropped in Red Bull. Horrible. Chaos. It took me a minute to get that. Chaos says, I do like that after having released none, Disney have released both Black Widow and Shang-Chi in the space of a year, giving them 2 Asian-led films. Very good. Very, very good. I am more interested in seeing it, Shang-Chi, than any other Marvel film recently. Like when I saw Black Panther, obviously I was so out of the loop with the Marvel stuff, and I was just like, oh, I'm aware of the Marvel Cinematic Universe being an enormous thing, yada yada yada. But it was just lovely watching a load of a cast full of people just clearly having a fucking ball, like making this film that was just unashamedly And like very, very purposefully not white. Like it just looked like they were having like the time of their lives. It was like, this is great. They should, it's nice to see black actors making a black led film. So I'd like to see the same kind of sort of empowerment there in Shang-Chi, but that Scarlett Johansson joke was really good, though. I'm going to tell that to my wife later. A chartreuse goose says, I once worked in a bar that did a one-time bomb, which was Louis XIII cognac dropped into a glass of Dom Perignon, called such because you can only afford it once. Egads. Wow. That's something. That's something else, really, isn't it? My old housemate used to do a thing that was called a lunchbox, and it was in the glass. It was half beer and half orange juice, and then you dropped in a shot of Di Serono of amaretto, and it tasted like a cherry bakewell. It was delicious. It was actually quite low alcohol percentage. It was all of the woo without any of the like. Oh. It was great fun. Bloody loved doing a lunchbox when we had a house party. Can thoroughly recommend. I don't know where he sort of got the idea from, but although to be honest, if we're talking about like shooting drinks, then a pickleback is my favourite. Absolutely delicious. Chaos says Jägermeister and lemonade taste exactly like cola cubes. Interesting. I'm the meat safe murderer, only I never done it. Now I've eaten all my cola cubes. I wish I was back in my cell. Made myself laugh with that one. That was good. That was just for me, apparently. And probably like 2 other people in the chat. Some pretty harrowing stories involving Jägermeister coming out in the chat now, as is traditional whenever that drink is mentioned, really, let's face it. I figured Chaos would get that. Hello, Mr. Jennings. Corvus Allright says, you're welcome. Thank you. Will says, I don't, incredibly. Will, you love Monkey Dust. It was a Channel 4 animated series that just had a really robust sense of humour, we'll call it. It was great. Really good at poking fun at, like, Blair's New Labour Britain. It was great. I remember at uni, I showed one of my friends the very first episode, and we finished it, and he went, great. Never, ever make me watch that again. Yes, it's Monkey Dust. Oh, you okay, you do know. So it's about 10 to 6 here in London, England. At 6, we'll go for a little break. So you can all have a stretch, rehydrate, go to the toilet if you need to. You know the drill. And then we'll come back and do some more painting of pirates who are also vampires who are also athletes. This is very much one of those models that's going to look awful until it's shaded, and then suddenly it's going to look okay. Because this this sort of bluish grey is not... It's not great just slapped onto a model, isn't it? There we go. Come on. Blue tack. Comment 8489 says, what time do these usually end? In about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Usually. Mostly. Which in the UK is 8 PM. At which point I'm going to wake up the dog, give her some dinner. I'm going to go out for a pint with my wife. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, again, sometimes when you paint a thing, it makes you realise what the thing you're painting is. This is like a... You can just see here on the thigh, that's like a bit of armour plating, but that's a leather strap going across it. Good to know. I have to paint that brown. And for that I shall require a smaller brush. And that needs to go brown. Okay, alright, we're getting there. And there's that there as well. Yada yada yada. Okay. DJ Turley says, Johnny, do you ever do Q&A streams on here too? To be honest with you, like, painting streams kind of inevitably turn into a Q&A streams. People just ask questions anyway. I do Q&A videos. I do a Q&A, an AMA video once a month for the top tier of patrons on Patreon. Still need to do last month's because I've been off for a while. But yeah, like I never do any like, I'm just going to sit here and you can ask me things. So, because I may as well be painting while I'm also chatting to you lot. Okay. Oh, is it? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I got a bit confused again by what the bits on this model actually are. Go. Okay. There's that. DJ Turley says, in that case, do you remember the first times you met the Oxboxtra in Eurogamer/Dicebreaker crew? I know you and Jane probably go far back. Yeah. Let's see. Luke, I met on my first day when I was working at GameSpot because he was working at CNET at the time. So it was very much a, hello, I'm Johnny, I work at GameSpot now. And he said, hello, I'm Luke, I work at CNET. Ellen I didn't meet until she joined Gamer Network. We'd never met before then. Jane I'd met at press events. I think the first time I met Jane was an Assassin's Creed 2 preview event. Or it was possibly a Mafia 2 preview event. And We sort of said hi and then kept running into each other. I believe I met Andy Farron on the red carpet at Mod... No, that's not true. Well, maybe it is. Yeah, I met Andy at the launch of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And that is how I met all of them. So yeah, very much all of them just like in the line of meeting people thing. I met Ian Higton when I started at Eurogamer. I met Aoife in my first week at GameSpot because there was a GameSpot UK 5th birthday party, and Aoife was there, and we played Streets of Rage together, and hung out and had a chat. Chris Pratt I met on a bus, on the way to someone's a party or an event or something at Loading Bar. Back when it was sort of in its first Dalston incarnation, and Chris got on the bus and went, "Hi, are you Johnny?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Can I sit next to you?" And I was like, "Yeah, hi." And I was obviously aware of who he was from like Video Gamer and stuff, and we got chatting. That was it. There we go. Bang. Oh, and Mike. Sorry. I knew I'd forgotten someone. Mike. When did I meet Mike? Just various press events, really. You just sort of run into people and see them and like, hi. The first time I really spent any appreciable time with Mike was on a trip for SSX when we went snowboarding in Serbia, and he taught me a bit how to snowboard because I turned up, they'd given me a half-hour lesson and then said, have fun, and I did not know how to snowboard, but Mike very much does. So Mike found me on the side of a mountain in Serbia going, "Oh, I don't know how to snowboard," and he was like, "Here, look." He stopped and gave me about a 20-minute lesson, and it was really nice actually. And then we went for a swim later, and we were just sort of easing out the muscle aches and just having a nice chat. Lovely man. Sorry I forgot him. That's fucking embarrassing, isn't it? I'm also painting a thrall vampire who happens to be a pirate who happens to be an athlete. You know, it's hard to keep all of these things in mind at all times. Okay, this is starting to come together. Okay. Lewis Cowper says Mike knows how to go fast on any surface, I think. I'd agree with that. An accomplished go-fastsman. I tell you what, I had a really, really prolonged, like really long dream the other night that I was back skating on quads. Like when I briefly took up roller derby. And I woke up feeling really bloody happy. And I thought I should get back on them. I've not been on my quads in 8 years. Still got them. Just get on them. Have a poodle around. Maybe fracture a knee. You know, just vibing. Emma says, I want to come back and see you again one day. Or see you all again one day. Yeah, we're not going anywhere, Emma. Whenever you're ready, just come say hi. We'll be there. Okay. Oh, Titan Uranus says quads. Roller skates. Sorry. Oh yeah, there's an Oxbox, Eurogamer and Dicebreaker go-karting video, isn't there? A friend had a preview ticket to that karting place, and I was going to go, and then I didn't. I have yet to watch them take each other on at go-kart, but I shall have a look. Be intrigued to see who came out on top. Now, here's an interesting thing, is that the official colour of this team is purple, and so far there is no purple whatsoever. on this miniature, but you can probably see here around the skirt there's sort of a petticoat underneath, so I'm going to do that bit purple, and then underneath paint the underside of the skirt purple also, and then I'll probably do the flower up here in the hat purple as well. I think that was fine. It was more about scoring points than going fast. Okay, fair enough. Intriguing. Katie Verne says, you played roller derby. I officiated the RD World Cup in Manchester in 2018, also all over the US for 13 years. I was a part of it very, very briefly. I joined a league trying to learn how to be a ref, and then I joined a men's league called Southern Discomfort, and I was having good fun. Like, I was, getting my confidence up. I was learning to bump and all that kind of stuff. But practice was 2.5 hours there and 2.5 hours back every Saturday morning, and it just got quite exhausting. And then I got a girlfriend, and it was just suddenly getting up and travelling across London to get knocked about wasn't as appealing, so I sort of lapsed. I don't think I'd go back to Merby or to roller derby. I mean, I really was part of it for a very short amount of time. But I did really enjoy the skating. I'd love to sort of do that again. But it's kind of, I need a space where I can just go and be not very steady, but it's also smooth ground and no one's going to laugh at me, so I can get my confidence back up a bit before I sort of actually try doing anything more. Dave Darking is on a super chat saying, late to the stream today, but just had a friendly hello, and I hope you and the community are okay today. Much love. Oh, sorry, late to the stream today, but just a friendly hello, and hope you and the community are okay today. Much loves. Thank you very much, Dave. That's really kind. Doing well, actually. There's been a lot of cheese puns. We briefly had a vaguely disgusting conversation about coffee. We shared some good news with each other. Turns out, between us, the Skelly Pals have a lot to celebrate, including many, many birthdays and job changes. So yeah, all in all, we're doing pretty well. This purple is not going on as smoothly as I hoped it might. Boo. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Okay. Right, let me just really very quickly do a little purple coat on the underside of this model here. And then we're going to have a 5 to 7 minute break so everyone can hydrate, grab a snack if you need to, just, have a stretch. Do whatever you like for 5 to 7 minutes. You know how these things work. And then we'll return. So, that was a bad line. And then when we come back, I'm going to be tidying up elements of this dress, I think, and then we'll shade this model. Oh, I need to layer the skin up and do the metals. All right, okie dokie. Brush clean, brush clean. All right. By my count, it's 3 minutes past 6, so I'll see you back here in 5 to 7 minutes. If you're not going anywhere, please enjoy this picture of my dog and the soothing music. We'll be right back. See you in a bit. Hello! Welcome back. That was quick. I went very quickly. 5 to 7 minutes. Not that long, I guess. It's just not that long. But here we are. On YouTube. Painting. I'm out of practice. Hi, if you're just joining us, it's nice to be back. I'm doing a little painting stream. Currently working on some vampires who are also pirates, who are also athletes, from Punga miniatures made for Blood Bowl. This is the one I'm currently working on. It looks sloppy right now, but the good news about painting is that you can, as you continue to paint things, you can make them look better. There is a risk you'll make it look worse, but generally speaking, the idea is to paint until it looks good. So we're at the stage where it doesn't look good, but we're trying to make it look good. So that's, here we go. Genethical says, Johnny, I just wanted to mention that I got Dorf Romantic after watching you playing it, and it's such a lovely game. I love it. Isn't it brilliant? I haven't played it in a while, but it's a treat. At the moment, I am obsessed with playing Returnal. Yes, that is a PlayStation 5, humble brag. I managed to secure myself a PlayStation 5, finally. It's just flipping excellent. I bloody love it. It's right up my street, that kind of game, anyway. So I thought I'd like it, but there are so many things it does really, really well that I think it's super impressive. I bloody love it. I forgot to paint the feather on the hat. Titan Uranus says, is this where the make look good water comes in? Nearly. This is the preliminary. This is the tidying up before the make look good water comes in. But it'll arrive soon enough. Don't you worry. But I need to paint the feather on this hat. That belt buckle. That chain. Just lots of little details that need sort of filling in. Here we go. Here we go, that's better. Emma says, oh my god, Johnny, this means you can pick up Horizon Forbidden West on PS5. Hope it's not so bleak as the original. As per usual, it looks like they've smashed the creature design out of the park. The elephant-looking thing looks amazing, so I can entirely see why people are so excited for it. I probably will pick it up. Okay. Neko the Kitty says, I just went spelunking through my purse for masks, as it is mask washing day, which is a thing I never thought I'd say when I was a kid. Isn't it weird? I went out the house the other day and I got halfway up the road and realised I've forgotten a mask. I actually have one in my pocket, but and the other one is making a peace sign. I completely forgot to think about a mask, and it was really weird. Really weird. Because it's become so commonplace. Although I've noticed, because around, in the UK, masks are largely optional now. There are elements, like you still have to wear them on public transport in London. It's not very well enforced, but it is still the rule. But I've started to get funny looks for wearing my mask in some shops and in places. Like I went to the garden centre today to pick up some plant pots, because I needed to pot up for my chili plants. It's the exciting life I lead. And the guy behind the counter was definitely like, because I was still wearing one, which was just a bit like, well. Jax has done a super chat. Thank you very much, Jax, for said super chat. Saying, COVID restrictions are lessened here in Kansas, and I finally got to see some live music again this weekend. Are you a fan of going to shows and concerts? I am. As per usual, it comes with a but attached to it, because I bloody love going to them. However, I've found that if there's anything that my anxiety makes unpredictable, it is my ability to attend a concert. So I will buy tickets for a concert, and then some days I'll wake up on the day and be like, I am not able to do this. Absolutely no way. And sometimes I've pushed through and gone and it's been really worth it. Other times I've pushed through and gone and it's not. It turns out it wasn't the thing to do. So it's difficult. I end up missing quite a few gigs that I bought tickets for that I really want to attend, and that is gutting. But when I do make it, they're amazing. Like I managed to power through and go see Amigo the Devil in February 2020, so just before the UK went into lockdown, but sort of before anyone was thinking of COVID as something that might affect us. Like in those halcyon, those salad days when we were green in judgment. But yeah, I had a fucking great time. It was amazing. It was a really lovely gig. And I'm so glad I went. But yeah, there are plenty of gigs I've got tickets to and then missed. Ow! Shit! You see that? Really hurt. I should stop drinking beer straight from the can. Oh, fucking hell, that hurt. Will just typed, mate. Oh. Did you hear that though? Ping. For those of you who are confused, that was a hair from my moustache that the can quite expertly pulled out. Oi. Yeah. Oy. Ow. Thank you for all the F's in chat. Oh shit, I put the wrong colour on my model now. Fucking hell. Oh. Ooh. Oof. Tunk. It doesn't normally hurt that much. Will says my moustache is actually too long for that to happen now, but when it wasn't, you have to take the ring pull straight off. Yeah, I trimmed my moustache the other day. I should really just let it grow, but... Captain Wolfoss says, so do I have that to look forward to when I finally get a beard? Laughing my ass off. Well, it depends if you decant your can into a glass or not. Because evidently I didn't... Yeah, I'm going to remove that bloody ring pull now, aren't I? Fuck that. Oh. There we go. Okay. DJ Turley says, how did it feel doing Blaze in the Dark with Outside Xbox the first time? Was it odd being one of them instead of their DM? Also, F tweezed by Beer Can. Oh, it was lovely. It was really, really lovely, actually. It felt like... it felt nice to be able to play around with them as a player rather than having to react to everything they did. That was really nice. And they're great, fun people to play games with anyway. So it wasn't difficult. Yeah, so it was really nice. It was weird. If there was anything that was an adjustment, I guess it was finding that I was just one character and that my ability to actually impact the game and just say things was obviously less, because I wasn't the GM. So I found that what I said with Casimir really had to count. So I was actually really quite nervous about it. But then it's a super fun character to play that I fell into the rhythm of quite quickly. So all in all, it was a lovely experience. Looking forward to more of it. Oi! Joshua Hillmanator Hillman, speaking of having a moustache hair presumably plucked by a beer can, says, that's never happened to me for some reason. Don't question it, just enjoy it. Goodness me. Ah. Okay. Need to layer up the skin. Need to paint the hair. Now I think we'll be on our way. Ah. Good, good, good. Kaelrath says, are you the eternal GM when you do non-streamed games? It's 50-50, I think. I did find myself in a position where I was DMing 2-3 campaigns. I was DMing 2 Deadlands games outside of work and sort of helping DM a friend's campaign of something every now and then as well. So yeah, like, yes, basically. I do love being a player, but I do end up GMing more than anything else, which is fine. I enjoy it. But still. Brian Mullard has done a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Saying, hi Johnny, can I ask for your advice re-GMing? I've tried to GM and found I'm not great at storytelling and I am somewhat lacking in imagination. Do you have any suggestions as to how I could improve in these? Thanks. So, in the actual moment, from session to session, I would say just plan a bit more. Like, it's okay if you can't think up something on the spot, because that is actually something that takes quite a bit of practice. And so, like, you shouldn't be beating yourself up about it. It just means that you can prepare more ahead of time. It means you need to do a little bit more homework, but it also means that you're going to have a stock of things that you can fall back on that you know you like and that are kind of interesting and in-world. And, you know, like, that'll just make life a little bit simpler. It is totally acceptable, by the way, to run pre-written modules or run someone else's stuff. Like, there's nothing that says you have to come up with something super original just to run a game. So there's lots of stuff online where people talk about adventures they've run or they outline modules. And you can happily pick one of those up. But in terms of, if I'm sort of reading between the lines that you want to kind of learn to improve in terms of like coming up with interesting stuff, I would say there are lots of prompts, like writing prompts and stuff online that are perfectly good for D&D as well. Like, hang on, I'll drop a link in chat because actually a friend linked me to a... Here we go. There's at Brian. Brian. That link will give you lots of things where you can generate, say, the first line of a story or a plot prompt, or it will give you 3 nouns that you have to work with. And you don't have to write any of this down. You don't have to do anything with what you come up with, but it is an interesting and pretty productive exercise to just sit there, poke a button and get a prompt, and then just think about it. Just think about what it is you're going to do, or you would do, or just, you know, literally anything you can come up with based on that prompt. Because like I say, it is a skill and it's a habit to get into, to just be making stuff up on the fly. So the more you do it, the easier it will be, because you'll just be practiced at it, and it'll also seem a little bit less scary. Because, you know, a lot of it is just about confidence as well. Like, sometimes with Oxventure stuff or with other games, like, I will I'll run sessions that are deliberately the setup is stupid or like really minor. It's like we're really gonna make an entire session about this, and the answer is yeah, and it's meant to be fun and good. You know, like not everything has to be like a Hugo Award winning, like multifaceted fantasy epic. Sometimes it can be the simplest thing, and they'll have fun like with the simplest thing, you know? Like one of the Deadlands games I was running, I was like, okay, you're going to go do this job, but first you need a cart. And they could have just gone to anyone and been like, we'll pay you for a cart. And they were like, we look around for a business. I was like, okay, you find sort of like, I guess it would be like the equivalent of a garage. And and one of the players cut in and was like, is it owned by Dom Toretto? And I said, is that a Fast and the Furious thing? And they said, yes, that's Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious. And I said, I've never seen the Fast and Furious films. And they said, oh. And I said, it doesn't matter because, yes, it is owned by Dom Toretto. And then the whole thing, we just fucked about. But basically, I was like, hey, oh, I'm Dom Toretto, ah. Again, I've never seen those movies. I was like, oh, it's about a family. You can have a card if you beat my boy here in a race. And they had a street race. And it took an entire session to do a dumb, stupid race for no good reason. And we were laughing ourselves stupid. Not everything needs to be high concept, you know? Luke Entheus says, have you ever considered a water nymph/goddess who falls in love with Dob because of his tributes in her lakes? I think Dob's got quite enough on his plate right now, romance-wise, but that is an interesting idea, and I will file it under maybe steal this. I do love the lake, canonically, and how it's just kind of come up. It's one of my favourite things, like running gags in series like that. When it's just a dumb thing that keeps getting mentioned until it becomes canon, like Geth has two sons. There's an incredible amount of money stashed in lakes because Dobbs just bunged it in there. Like, it's really funny. Or hates him for the pollution of the lake. There we go. That's got teeth, hasn't it? Interesting. But yeah, hopefully though, Brian, that solved your conundrum, or at least helped shed a little bit of light on it, because I think people get worried that they don't sit down and immediately start just producing stuff of like incredible career-defining quality, but you know, like it isn't that straightforward, and it's fine to produce stuff that you're not enamored with and know that you're improving. Like, I do it a lot. I bin a lot of ideas because I just don't think they're interesting or fun. Okay. Layering up the boots. Nearly time for the make look good water. Brian Muller's done another super chat saying, thank you, Johnny and everyone. I will try practicing these. I love this community. Thank you very much. That's a really lovely thing to say, and also like very generous of you to say it in a super chat. It's all right, this community, isn't it? It's almost like it's a bunch of like-minded people who take care of themselves and each other within the bounds of what is sensible and good online. Oh, don't forget that bit. Or indeed these bits. There we go. That's starting to look better. Oh, I tell you what I could do. I could do some like metal. Interesting. Good. Chaos says, it's alright if you can get past the puns. Yeah, agreed. Okie dokie. I think we should shade this model. That's what I think. Yasmin Worry says, we take care of each other by coming up with increasingly infuriating puns. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay. Oh! Pops and crackles. Where have you gone? Megrex Earthshade, hello. Caitlin has done a super chat saying, hi, this is just to thank everyone for all the kind words the other week. I had my first successful Hades run the other day, and I'm bloody loving it. Yes, please. I really, really need to get back to Hades. I've reliably got to the boss several times, and I've not beat it yet. And I kind of I haven't played since Christmas, really, last year. I need to fix that. But first, I need to find, excuse me, a playlist for my little ears. Or perhaps an album. Yes, I'll treat myself. Why not? You alright, Pig? Snuffling away. Good girl. Sorry. Yeah. How about that, Piglet? Right. Shading. Paul Howard says, right, I need to go find something to eat. Thank you for the stream. Later's all. Stay safe. Have fun. Good hunting, Paul. Thank you so much for joining in on the stream. It's been a really nice one. Okay. Ooh, bleh. That looks interesting, doesn't it? Okay, that's alright. Yeah, it's fine. You never quite know which way it's going to go when you shade a model, and sometimes this is an emotional journey. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Nick Jeffrey's done another super chat saying, this is an XCOM 2 update. I now have Alan? I now have Ellen and Andy as rangers, you and Jane as specialists, Mike as a grenadier, classic, and Andy as a sharpshooter. Let's see who survives to the end. Gosh, I hope it's... I was about to say, gosh, I hope it's me, but then that makes it sound like I'm hoping the others die in my stead. I hope everyone lives. I don't mind being a sacrifice if it means that someone else will make it. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, after shading, but before it's dry, here's how we're looking. So you've got a bit more definition in the folds of the dress, but I'm probably going to take that back a bit because it looks a little bit too sort of weird and grubby, grimy. Got some layering up to do on the skin and the leather to make them stand out from one another a bit more. But all in all, she's looking good. It's going well. I'm just leaning down to get some air blowing on this miniature. I've got a little fan running down here because it is warm. All good miniature painters do this, I'm told. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay. A Chartreuse Goose says, dinner choice, big bowl of polenta or Doritos? Why not combine both to be Politos? Dorenta. There you go. Why not? Cheerful Spider asks a good question. Are those really mutually exclusive? Genethical says, PSA, don't combine both. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I don't know, polenta could be used as like a dip for your Doritos. This is coming out alright, actually. Hurrah. Get in there. Ordinarily, when I'm, waiting for shade to dry in a mini, I'll work on a different one, but I haven't done that today. I have got a third miniature stacked up there, just in case. I've got time to get to it before the end of this stream, but I could work on a base or two, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Fuck it, why not? One sec. There we go. Right, so... Robert Griffin says, I had to do an assignment at uni where I had to analyse a TED Talk, and I chose yours about about if a video game could save a life. That's really lovely, thank you. Did you notice, did you mention the bit where I forgot what I was meant to be saying, and I just, tried to cover over it? Because that was fun. Or when I took off my glasses because I realised that they were probably reflecting really badly and it might look crap on video, but it looks like I'm trying to look scholarly. Those are good bits, Robert. But that's really, genuinely, that's really flattering. Thank you very much. So, vis-a-vis the bases, here's one I painted earlier. Here's a vampire, and these are like green stuff sculpted bases that I moulded with a textured rolling pin, like, hey, look, it's our friend from the thumbnail. And they're kind of like on these weird sort of temple bases, almost. So we can do a couple of those. Why not? What's to do? How many do we actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's do a bunch of them. Why not? Just treat ourselves. And the question is, what colour did I start with? Eshin grey. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Oof. Sorry if it seems a bit all over the place. It's because I am. At least I'm honest about it. I was about to say, at least I'm obvious about it. I am that too. Dark Reaper. That's not what we want. But if it's what we can find. Eshin Grey, there you are. You glorious little bastard. This is my very efficient paint storage. As you can see, it is a Doc Martens box full of it's full of paints. But not all of my paints. One of them's gone missing. Shit. Alright. It's fine. We'll find a workaround. Okay, cool. Let's crack on, shall we? There it is! Got it. Okay. Then we just need to refocus. So if I hold that. Waterstar86 has done a super chat saying, "How is Watson, by the way?" She's very well. She's having a little snooze next to me. You might have heard her just then. Yeah, she's good. She really enjoyed when we went on holiday a while ago. She did get away from us and run into a field to start chasing sheep, and she went missing for 40 minutes, which was terrifying because we thought she was dead. But then she reappeared and was happy as Larry, which was fine. Better than her never reappearing. But she stank of lanolin. So I think she'd either, because she wouldn't bite a sheep, because she just doesn't. I've seen her catch animals and she doesn't. At most, she kind of just runs into them. I think she was barging into sheep because she stank of lanolin. But it's fine. We got her back and she was having such a good time. She also fell into a bramble bush, we think, because she was covered in scratches. But those have healed now. And she was completely unrepentant. So, to answer your question, Waterstar86, Watson's doing great. A silly pig. By the time I've even base coated one of these, the shade's going to be dry on this. Shade's pretty much dry on that. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's good to at least start work on these bases, I think. They're super fast and loose, like just slapping paint down on them. Because I shade them and then I do a sort of, I do a second colour on them anyway, and like they're meant to be pretty quick and low hassle. Too Cool for Capes says, "Time to go play board games with a 5-year-old. Have a good stream." Thank you very much, Too Cool for Capes. I hope you crush the 5-year-old in whatever board game it is you're playing. Unless that's not what you want to do, in which case I hope the 5-year-old either crushes you or learns an important lesson about competition and about how sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. As you can see, I spend a lot of time around people with kids and I really relate to them well. God, I forgot how quick these bases really are, actually. So I will smash out these 5, and then we'll get back to painting the nice frolicking thrall lady. So with this, I've got a slightly different grey. You'll see it in a sec. And I just pick out the occasional brick just to make it look like uneven paving. All very simple. So the idea is the hard part is done with all of the rolling and the sculpting of the green stuff. So this is actually, in terms of painting, a very quick way of basing miniatures. So I've never really fallen in love with basing. I find it a bit stressful. And I know other people love the slapdash nature of it and all that kind of stuff, but it kind of gets under my skin. So anytime I can find something that I like, that looks good, but also doesn't take forever. I'm very happy. Nevermore says, pro tip, never wear a onesie that makes you look like a stuffed animal around children. They will chase you and don't get tired. Sage advice for us all. I don't know if you're typing that while still running. If so, good hustle. If not, and if we can assume that you've managed to get away, congratulations. That sounds like a nightmare. There's another one. Another one there. Last one, and then we're just going to slap a little bit of shade on these, and they'll be done. It's nice to be just smashing through some stuff. Feels like ages since I've been able to get much painting really done, so this is nice. Right, but the earth shade, very old earth shade. Cool. That'll do. Just slap some shade down in an irregular sort of way to bring out some of the bits of the pattern and generally make it look like dirty cobbled streets. Bish bash bosh. That means hopefully both of the ones we've painted so far will be able to stick down before the end of the stream. That'll be fun, won't it? Comet8489 is on Super Chat saying that TED Talk made mental health an accessible topic for a lot of people. Don't focus on the negatives as no one else does. I know, sorry, I know it probably seemed a bit jarring that someone mentioned it and all I zoned in on were the bits where I do something weird or screw up. That's like, that's not actually how I feel about it. It's still something I'm immensely, immensely proud of. It was solely because the project was to break it down. That I wanted to mention it just as like a joke, really. It is all good, do not worry. Mabel Teacher says, dinner update, I made mashed potato and it was the best idea ever. Mashed potato is up there with the best ideas people have had, I think. It's pretty special. Like, I love a roast potato. I love good chips. You know, don't get me wrong. You know, potato is welcome in pretty much any form. Hash browns, what an incredible thing. You know, I don't even need to list all the ways that potato makes me happy, but mash, oh, they were onto something there. don't always want mash, but when you really want mash, there's nothing, just, you know. There are times when only mash will do, and those times are pretty great. Maybe I can get sponsored by Big Mash. Just start selling vats of homemade mashed potato instead of coffee. Yes, yes, yes. I'm really pleased with this. Just don't fuck that bit up. Okay, you didn't. So I've kind of gone in and I've done little highlights on the dress to kind of just break up the shade a little bit. Make it seem less like a completely filthy dress. But still have some contrast to it. There we go. Yep. Feeling good about that. Cool. OMD21 says, cooking with Chiodini brand instant mash when? I just couldn't do instant mash though. Couldn't do it. I actually think instant mash is like perfectly alright. Like, if I'm going to have mash, I make mash. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, anyone who has instant mash is wrong and bad. Like, it's convenient. Vibes. But it does have a very particular taste. There is this sort of an element to it that I find just like, it's not even necessarily unpleasant. It just reminds me. It's like every time I put it in my mouth, it's like, so every time it hits my tongue, someone's going, instant mash. And like, that's fine. I can sit there and I can eat the instant mash. It's just quite grating when someone leaves in instant mash every time. It's like, just leave me alone, you know? It's one of those things where I finish a sentence, go back to painting, and then in the back of my head just think, I really hope that was in any way relatable. Really hope that clicked with just one person. Be fine. A chartreuse goose says, I once worked in a nightclub where one of the staff would use the hot water from a coffee machine to make instant mash at 3 a.m. I mean, see, that's the thing. You know what? You're working a night shift. You want some mash? Instant mash has got you. You know, like, I would happily take instant mash over no mash. Although, how did the rest of the staff feel about somebody making instant mash in a club at 3 in the morning? Surely that's got to have like an impact on the smell and the humidity around you, right? You know how, like, if you ever want to make enemies in an office, all you need to do is microwave some fish and people will never, ever, ever forgive you for it. Is Coffee Maker Instant Mash the nightclub equivalent? Fascinating. Genuinely curious. It was mash for everyone. It wasn't just for them. They made mash for, presumably, what, all the staff or all the club? What? Comet 8489 says, it was a nightclub, Johnny. How do you think it smelt at 3 a.m? Yeah. Like, obviously nightclubs don't smell great, but number one, when you work in them, you can tune that shit out. I've worked in some pretty dank bars, and I don't mean that in, like, a cool way. But, like, I think we can all agree that the smell of a club would in no way be improved by the addition of mash. And it could set off the balance, you know, like, just give you an entirely new appreciation of the terrible smell rather than having it be like just the normal smell. If for all the staff, I'd absolutely love that. If I was working, someone's like, "Do you want a bit of mash?" I'd be like, oh, "I'd love a bit of mash, actually." It'd be brilliant. Loki Akai has done a super chat saying, "Celebrating me almost giving myself bloody heat stroke in taking several tons delivery of Ceratodon purpureus and other plants from my own beer garden. Take some of my pain and convert it to a meadery." Oh, mate, I'm glad you didn't get heat stroke, but yeah, take some time to recover now. Make sure you're hydrating. That sounds quite intense, but also exciting delivery. Not gonna lie, when I saw Ceratodon, I got quite excited because I thought that you were perhaps an archaeologist taking delivery of some fossils, but then of course it's a plant. But that's still very cool. Titan Uranus says, "Was it like a foam disco but with potato mash?" That made me make a very weird noise. Coming out with a round of mashed teenies at closing time. Amazing, says Lewis Calper. Lucky says, "No, my other hobbies are already wallet drainers par excellence. I'll leave fossil collection to Blathers and his museum." That's fair. I think fossil collection would probably be very expensive. I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about Instant Mash Club. I just love the idea that people would be like mashed out of their minds going up to the bar to get like, you know, another voddy and Diet Coke. And they're just there and the bar staff are like, "Oh," and they just tuck a bowl of mash under the counter. It's like, were they eating mash? Were they? No, surely not. I think I've had too much. Are you eating mash? No. Okay. Do you need a glass of water? No, since I thought you were eating mash. Well, I'm not eating mash. Oh, Jaeger mash. Why are you like this? Ooh, Comet8489 says, "New MCM task, bury Johnny in tubs of instant mash." If we could see our way to not doing that one, I'd really appreciate it, actually. I think it'd be great. Let's say we'll go to MCM assuming we're not going to cover me in instant mash, and then we'll just go from there. Cheerful Spider says, "Happy Friday. And welcome back, Johnny. Question for you in the room. Are hot beef sundaes a thing in the rest of the world?" Thank you very much for the super chat. Hot beef sundaes, I am aware of them. Yes. I know that it's like it's mash and beef and like some tomato-y products, I kind of feel like. Oh dear, I've made you look a bit too ashen there. Let's get some colour back into that highlight, shall we? I don't know how popular they are, but yes, they are a thing. Thank you very much, Cheerful Spider, for the super chat and the interesting question. Illustrated Jill has done a super chat saying, "I remember a happy memory of cooking instant mash outside a tent in the rain at Download. Rock and roll." Amazing. Thank you for letting us be a part of that memory and for the super chat. Festival eats. Good times. My there was one time I was at a festival and a friend of mine turned up with his then girlfriend, but they are now married, and they're wonderful human beings. And like, it was the first time we'd met, and like it was really joyous because like she's amazing, and it was like we'd known each other for ages the minute we met. Blah 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 blah. But she introduced me to two incredible taste sensations in festival cooking. The first was the pad thai sandwich, which is peanut butter and very specifically the Walker's sensations that are like sweet chili. Works a treat. It's got texture. It's got protein. It's flavoursome. Pad Thai sandwich was a big winner, and also rum bongo, which was the popular juice drink, tropical juice drink with a bunch of rum in it. Quite easy to backform that one, really, from the pun, but I felt like my taste buds were truly opened up that weekend. It was great. So yeah, can really recommend the pad thai sandwich and a nice cheeky rum bongo if you're feeling a bit low at a festival. They'll sort you right out. Lewis Calfer says, rum bongo, we've gone full circle from Softs in the Loft. Yes, we have. God, I haven't played Softs in the Loft in ages. Hang on, Mancoy. I see what you're doing, Mancoy. Mancoy says, wait, so if it's pad thai, then a sweet chili sandwich is okay. I'm not saying sweet chili's an unacceptable ingredient in sandwiches. I'm just saying that I was wronged by that Subway when they put sweet chili in someone else's sandwich and delivered it to me. Okay? Just wanna get out in front of this one. Like, yeah, the sweet chili flavoured crisps and peanut butter make a surprisingly good sandwich filling. But that is not tuna mayo with sweet chili on top. We're not doing this again, Mancoy. We're not doing this again. Fucking sweet chili sandwich. Ugh. No. Some of these comments are bait, and I'm not rising to it. The Gerg has done a super chat saying, festival cooking at download for me was putting Stella on cornflakes. Please never do this. Don't worry, buddy. I don't think that's ever going to happen with me. I don't ever want to do that. Christ. Alright, I'm about ready to call this young lady done. Actually, I need to put a tiny bit of cream back on there. Yeah. Yeah. So, let's get her a little closer to the camera. There's a little bit of extra shade on her eyes that needs to dry just to make her look more like a thrall, and also because I'm not painting whites and irises and pupils on these. But this is the second piratey thrall we have done today on stream. Absolutely rocketing through these, actually. Oh, Fist of Fury says, breakfast at download one day, I think either in 2005 or 2006, was a can of Magners as someone fell into my tent the night before and crushed the food. That is some bad luck right there. That is unfortunate. Penelope Brandybuck has done a super chat saying, grad school equals too busy for streams. Miss you all, so heart emoji. Miss you too, Penelope Brandybuck. I hope you're very well. I hope grad school is being kind to you, and we look forward to seeing you again when you are freer to engage in online nonsense. Let's see now. Got another chap here. Also, doing this guy with dark skin. I want to try and get a good mix among the team between people with light skin tones and darker skin tones. So the other day I sort of started batch painting the skin on a few of these, which involves actually painting purple underneath because it makes for a really warm tone, and then layering the brown over the top. Arcadia asks, is there such a thing as vegan tuna? There is. What do they call it? Oh, it's called Tuno. Vegans do have good product names, it has to be said. Pepperphony, that's a favourite of mine. What are the other ones? I can't remember. I used to be good at this. I used to remember a bunch of them. They've all fled from my memory, which generally means I've been streaming for about 3 hours and my brain is starting to go a little haywire. Good times had by all. That's right, Facon. Facon's good. There were some other really good ones. Oh, all of the cheese ones are brilliant. Like mozzarella. They've all gone. They've all gone from my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh well. I'm not gonna lie. My veganism took a bit of a knock last week because it wasn't a great time for me mentally. So I had some things that weren't vegan, which I'm not feeling too beat up about it. Like, I feel like better to have the odd slip up than beast myself over it so hard that I just stop being vegan entirely one day. So yeah, but cheese is good, isn't it? Turns out. Anyway. This guy's going to get purple trousers. And a blue jacket. That sounds a lot like a Cake song. I want a pirate with purple trousers and a blue jacket. Vibraslap. Whoopsie. Got a bit sloppy there. Titan Uranus says, why does I had some things that were not vegan sound so ominous? Because it's me, and we talk about cannibalism a lot. But cannibalism could be vegan if they would just give it up voluntarily. That didn't make anything sound less ominous, did it? Oh well. Neko the Kitty says, does its fingernails shine like justice too? It's balled up his fists, so I can't actually see his fingernails. So let's assume yes. Sorry, it's changing the music. Yeah, I'll do. Alright. Okie dokie. This jacket blue. I would do the jacket purple because it's a really fun colour to layer up on creased fabric like this, but all of the actual vampires in this team have purple cloaks, and I don't want it to be visually confusing on the tabletop. Because it can be quite difficult when you're playing Blood Bowl and you're looking at models and you don't know who does what. It makes it a much harder game to play strategically. Oh no, I've watered that down too much, haven't I? Yes and yes. No, I can just about get away with that, I think. Oh, Christ. Flood it with water. Accidentally brushing the mic there. Oopsie. Okay, just about saved that. So, hang on, I'll reset the focus. Blue jacket, purple trousers, and then there's just a lot of leather to layer up, really. As per usual. Pirates, they bloody love leather. Can't get enough of this stuff. Lewis Calvert says, have you seen Trouberbrook? I haven't. I feel like I'm a little bit out of the loop, to be honest, at the minute. But I will have a look. The art style is beautiful and interestingly made. More. Might be one for a stream, maybe. We shall have a look. Okie dokie. So he's got that big leather belt. He's got a belt around his waist. Well, that's kind of it. He's got a rope around his arm, which is going to be a fun challenge to paint. And then we've got the sort of weird hook in his hand. God, he looks jaunty right now with that pose. Good times. Yeah, this is working. This guy's a quick study, actually. Ooh, I tell you what, though. Shit. Watered that down too much, haven't I? Oh, God, yes. Yep, fuck that. Oh, I didn't highlight the feather on the on that lady's hat. It'll be fine. Just to get a tiny bit of cream, because that's sort of one of the... I've watered that down again too much, haven't I? Yep, idiot. Just in order to get a bit of cream into this colour palette, because it is one of the sort of lesser colours, or sort of one of the less dominant colours, secondary or tertiary colours in this scheme, I'm going to do this guy's eye patch cream. Necrofax has done a super chat saying, as PAX West 2019 was my last convention before everything went to hell, the highlight of that convention... Oh, as PAX West 2019 was my last convention before everything went to hell, the highlight of that convention, your content has been a go-to after panic attacks, and it was genuinely great to meet you in person. Thank you so much, Necrofax. PAX West 2019 feels like so long ago, but it's also still very clear in my mind. Like, yeah, it's just like I really used to bloody love going to PAX West. Lovely show in a lovely city, just like really chill vibes. Um, I don't know how this year's was because I saw some videos and it looked dead. I can understand that people are reticent to go back to events and that companies are reticent to put money in, but it just looked weird seeing like what is recognisably a packed show with just so much empty space. But yeah. But anyway, to loop back, thank you so much for the super chat and for the really kind words. It's like from your username, I can't remember encountering you specifically. Do forgive me. Like, sort of, we end up meeting a lot of people at shows, but I'm sure it was a bloody delight because I've never had a bad time meeting someone there. Okay, right, little white eye patch. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. That'll do. Now, what needs to be done? Metal there. Ah, Brian Shona says, since we're all sharing lovely Johnny memories, I was delighted to meet you, Wheels, Lolies at PAX Unplugged, and playing Classic, etc. for far too long. That was good fun. I was out of my mind exhausted at that point, but was having a great time playing Classic. It's a very good game, isn't it? It's just a very, very entertaining dexterity game. It's very intense, but good fun, and just like long enough to be tactically satisfying, but also so quick that you don't mind losing. You know. Joshua Hillman says, it's been nice, but I've got to go. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. Thank you very much, Joshua. Thanks for being in the chat. It's been really nice hanging out. And we've only got 40 minutes left of the stream. After me giving it the big and being like, have we only been streaming for an hour? Feels like 400 years. We are actually reaching the end. Well, we got 40 minutes left, so we're actually doing fine. We've painted far more than I thought we were going to in just one stream, so that's nice. I'm going to change down to a smaller brush. Ryan Jonas is including the world premiere of Doubles Clask. Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That was fucking stupid. Is what it was. Ginger Pickle McPickle. It's just a good username, isn't it? Says, hi Johnny, any plans for a spooky Oxventure over Halloween? Perhaps a sweary R-rated version? I highly doubt we would do a sweary R-rated version. And I know that Oxboxtra has a lot planned every year for Halloween because they always go big on it. I cannot talk about what their plans are and whether Oxventure factors into it, so forgive me, I'm actually unable to answer this question. But I can tell you that I have Halloween plans. It will probably just be me playing horror games because I love horror films, but I am an absolute coward when it comes to horror games. Really, really cowardly. Can't hack them. Just feel very vulnerable. But yeah, basically, you know, for all things Halloween and Ox related, please consult your nearest Oxventure that isn't me. Okay. Is that all the metal? Looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, do a little bit there. Rushwell Walton says, hearing any of the Oxtra/Oxbox crew swearing is still like hearing my great aunt say fuck for the first and only time. It's funny, isn't it? They don't, to be honest, like, obviously hanging out with them, they will swear, but they don't swear as certainly don't swear as much as I do, which is always like, I guess they're just not overly sweary people, whereas I curse like a sailor, so. West Coast Weaver says they go big on Halloween, so Christmas doesn't have a chance to take hold in October. I hear that. I hear that. My wife absolutely bloody loves Halloween. I really like it as well. We've hosted some pretty great Halloween parties with some excellent themes. The last one we did was just a perfectly normal October party, where you had to come as somebody who'd just committed a murder but was trying to generate an alibi. Which was fun. It's just a bunch of people being like, ha ha ha, no, I haven't. While, like, you know, ostentatiously having poison bottles on their person, etc., etc. It was very, very silly. We've had some other good ones, but that was the most recent one. I'd love to do one this year. We'll see how we feel about it. What were the other Halloween parties we did? There was a cult one, but we don't talk about cults on this channel. We did like a one just themed around sort of the old ones and Lovecraft. That was quite fun because everyone dressed up really posh, and then we just got a bit silly with it. What else? Can't remember. What are the other bloody parties we've had? We've had some really good ones. It was really annoying. I can't remember. My memories. Ah, yes, there's a rope there. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying Psychonauts 2 has an almost ostentatious amount of foods in it, and he plans on recreating them in Chiodini's kitchen. I haven't looked into Psychonauts 2, but that is a very good tip-off, because I'm making a new episode this month. So I will have a look. Recipe suggestions, as ever, very welcome. But I've never really played Psychonauts. I find it's a lot easier to do an episode kind of in all forms. Like, it's easier to talk about the game, it's easier to be confident in what I'm making and have more fun ideas with what to make when I actually know and like the game. But I'm certainly not against it. This guy looks so much like Arnold Vosloo from The Mummy. Wow. I mean, obviously, you know, Arnold Vosloo is white, but look at this dude's face. Hang on. Come on, focus. That looks a lot like him to me. So you more tip. Watched The Mummy and The Mummy Returns recently. Bloody great. Even The Mummy 2 kind of still holds up until the awful CGI fight at the end. And they're very silly, but they're just bloody great romps. And I absolutely adore Brendan Fraser. I think he's brilliant. Okay, so we've done that. Layer up that leather. I'd like to do a bit of layering actually on the blue. Get that going. Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't we? Eh? If we're going to shade it. So I've just added a bit of cream, funnily enough, to the blue that I painted this coat with, and now I'm just going over the sort of most obvious bits where the sort of light would change, just to add a bit more texture to it, and then that's going to be sort of tamped down a bit by the shade, but then we'll pick it up again and sort of bring it back a little bit and then emphasize the smaller sort of edges of it, and it should look like quite a nice flowing coat once we're done. I think that's the most enjoyable bit about having painted and practiced for as long as I have, is that I kind of now don't find it weird and intimidating and scary to go in and try and do something like this, and I really enjoy layering up fabrics. It's nice. So there. And now we're doing the same thing with the purple. Yeah, just picked up some of the creases really in the purple. Like I say, that's going to get sort of not flattened out, but it's going to be less prominent after the shade. But then you can re-emphasize it by using paint. Oh, everyone's talking about Bedazzled now. I haven't seen that film in a long time. I met Liz Hurley once. I filmed an interview with her. We shook hands. There you go. Daniel J. Vaughan III says, way behind, but streamer and whatnot selling coffee is more about diversifying income than interest from their audience. Ah, I suppose that makes sense. It's just when people are like, it's my X brand, like here's my logo, it's my coffee. Like I mean, I guess it is just about if I could package up some coffee with the boar and whatever and make it look inviting, then yeah, I guess why wouldn't people buy it? It's still just like, I don't know. This is not something that ever occurred to me. And again, I'm not knocking anyone for doing it. I'm just, it's curious. Comment 8489 says, time to get those cherries out then. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Right, oh shit, the rope. I need to paint the rope. Okay. Need to get some very light sand colour for this. Roswell Walton says, did you ever get some paint agitators, Johnny? Admittedly, no, I did not. It completely slipped my mind. And I'm often quite slow to pick up quality of life improvements on things. Like, I get a weird mix of stubborn and lazy about it. Like, I did have a painting handle, and then I stopped using it, and then I was like, I don't really want to use it. I don't really feel the need. And like, I don't know. Yeah, I know that they'd be useful. I just haven't done it yet. In the same way, like I backed a wet palette on Kickstarter, used it once, and was like, I hate this, and I gave it to a friend who loves it, which is great. But I just found I was happy with the takeaway lid and some greaseproof paper, and some wet kitchen roll. It's just something about the construction of the actual wet palette and the fact it had a, like, I know having a lid is in many ways the point, but I just found it a bit weird, so I didn't. Okay, so we've done sort of. There you go. You can see that there's rope coils there, right? There we go. This guy's coming out pretty well, actually. I'm quite pleased. Yeah. Lois Camper says, oh my god, Johnny could sell a series of pre-mixed cocktails. Chiotinis. Very good. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do as a brand of, as a line of like a product that was a me branded thing. Right. Do I need to do anything else to this? No, I can just shade this little mother. There it is. Right. Beer, obviously, says Titan Uranus. Yeah. Paint water. Have a lovely pint of paint water. I do feel like I had to leave Drink Your Paint Water behind when I left Dicebreaker. This is no longer a me thing to say, alas, but that's the price you pay. With IP clauses in your contracts, etc., etc. The Nice Witch comes in clutch with sell miniatures and call them Johnny Teeny Weenies. Am I just selling miniature dongs? Is that the idea? Just selling miniature dongs. Yeah, why not? Why not, eh? I mean, I can think of several good reasons why I shouldn't get into the business of selling 28mm scale penises, but, you know. The Nice Witch says, ha 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 ha, I don't know where I was going with it, but sure. Look, I'll talk to some people, I'll get some investors interested, and then I'll come back to you. How does that sound? Blah. So, we've shaded this chap. Apparently there is a Danish soda? A Danish soda? Keep Calm Reload says there's actually a Danish soda called Paint Water. It comes in several extreme shades. Quite good taste. Yeah, interesting. There you go. It looks very shiny because he's all wet, but he'll dry out, don't you worry. In the meantime, why don't we treat ourselves and stick down a couple of the old miniatures we painted today, hey? Which one do you want to go down on? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Super glue time. Always terrifying, this bit. Ah. Ah. My super glue has clogged up. Kids, don't do this at home. Yep, cool. Seriously, don't try that at home. Where's me pokey gone? Should have a little metal stabbing rod for this as well. Neko says, "Wow, bold move." I know it seems a lot worse than it actually is. It's just that the top of it is like solid glue, so you just crunch it a little bit. Not that you should. I did, and you shouldn't. There we go. Ah, just store your super glue in the fridge and it keeps for longer. Interesting. Thanks, little pokey stabby thing. Leave a pin in it. Yeah, it's just this is old glue at this point. So the lid doesn't stay on properly and blah, blah, blah. I promise I don't chew super glue as a matter of course. Interesting. Are we at Journey's End, little bottle? Surely not. What's going on? There you go. There you go. You're fine. What was that? A bit of stage fright. Right. Superb glue. There he goes. He's on his base now. Running across a cobbled street. Threatening to stab someone with his prosthetic arm. Having a great time, this absolute lad of a vampire thrall, who is a pirate but also a vampire but also an athlete. Good. Next, oh no, wait, not this guy. I'm not done painting you. Where's the lady? There we go. Oh, I did know about bicarb setting super glue almost instantly, Roswald. Did know about that one at least. Yeah, that'd be nice. Okay. Come on, stay there. Now here she is. She's running across a very patterned floor. Please stay on, please stay on. To biff someone in the face. Just generally having a great time. The blue tack did cover a bit of the model while I was painting it, so let's just ignore that and just slap some brown on there. Ha ha ha, it's absolutely fine. Maybe I'll shade that. Lovely. There we go. We're getting there. Can't wait to eventually field this team. I hope it's good. I hope I like playing as vampires. Because if not, whoopsie. I just want to say, because chat's taking some alarming turns, do not eat glue. It's kind of one of those things you don't think you'd have to say when you get up in the morning, and then here we are. And I realise a lot of that's my fault, because I was just chewing on the end of a super glue bottle. But yeah, please don't eat glue. Okay. Nako the Kitty says, what's the name of the Vampire Pirate team again? They are the Drakenhof Regency Blood Bowl team. No, Drakenhof Regency Blood Bowl Club, which abbreviates to Dr. BBC, but their fans call them the Succaneers because they hate them. Because they've not won in 300 years. Yasmin Worry says, don't eat glue, don't eat paint, don't eat people. All these rules. I know, Yasmin. I don't like it any more than you do. But unfortunately, we live in a society. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Got super glue on my brush. Matt says, Johnny, have you looked at the brush applicator super glues I moved over and never looked back? I've got a brush applicator plastic glue, but not a super glue. And I should. I realise that now. I'm gonna have to dip this in nail varnish remover, aren't I? Bollocks. That's annoying. Raging Angel says, wow, what a good point to tune in. Uh-oh. Look, it's not how it looks. It is what it is. I'm not like eating glue. Not eating. Not purposely ingesting loads. Just, you know, accidentally got some glue on a brush and gave it a little chew. Getting some more blue in here, and then we're going to lighten this blue up some more. Lighten up blue, and then we're going to go back over these bits, but in smaller detail, just to, again, build up a sense of contrast and coat and stuff. Okay, here we go. We're going to do the same thing with the purple. Somehow we're back to talking about instant mash, which I guess is better than talking about eating glue. So, here we go. I'm proud of you all. A bit of a highlight on those trousers, but I think it's a bit much. Not a fan of that. Might fix that after the stream. Lucy says, I'm off work, I've bought gluten-free bread and a refill of meds, and I'm back. How's it going? We ate some glue. I didn't mean to. I ate some glue. I didn't mean to, but I ate some glue. Titan Uranus says, I'm considering making a version of Nagash in mashed potato just because I like the sound of mashed Nagash. That is dedication, Titan Uranus. I'm not going to stop you. If you want to make mashed Nagash, the Supreme Lord of the Undead, in potato form. You go for it. I wish you well. I wish you joy of it. Who's WhatsApping me now? The mash nagash. They made the mash nagash. The mash nagash. Legally distinct from smash. The mash nagash. Just nightclub mash. I can't get over it. 3 a.m. nightclub mash. Just remarkable. There you go. There's a bit more of a highlight on the coat. Just oof. When the clock strikes 3, it's time for some mash. Honestly, show of hands, who is now thinking about having mash for dinner? Because I am thinking about it. The more I highlight this jacket, the more denim it looks, which I'm fine with. After we did that acid wash zombie dress some weeks ago. We've painted some weird stuff on this stream. Including the bear of which we do not speak. There we go. There we go. It's a nice little jacket. Quite pleased with that. Plenty of people thinking about mash. Good. The nice witch says mash means getting to use the potato ricer, which brings me the same sweet rush of delight that Play-Doh gave me as a bairn. I just fell off his base. I got fed up with our potato ricer because it was a pain to clean. But it was great for making really good hash browns. Grate a raw potato, put it in potato ricer and just squeeze all the moisture out. Really helps them in the pan. What do you want, Scout? What is it, Scout? Scooty. Come here. Scooty. One of the cats is kicking off. Meow. Scout. Come here. Hi. Come here. Dog's here. She's not going to come by. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Scout. Probably won't be able to get the cat on the stream, but we're going to try. Scout, come here. Come on. What are you so worried about? Come here. Scooty. Scout. Now she knows I'm up to something. Sorry. You good, cat? Alright, bye. Yeesh. She's hungry. I'll feed her after this. Only got 10 minutes left anyway. It's absolutely rocketed by it. It's nice to be back. I'll be back on Thursday streaming some form of video game. Exactly which one, I don't yet know. I'll make up my mind. Should really try and do it a bit more in advance. And yet, here we are. Right, just going to do a tiny bit of layering up on this bloke's skin, and then I think it's done, which is very pleasing. Dave Darking says, Returnal? I have actually decided not to stream Returnal or to make any content out of it, because I'm enjoying it so much, I want it just to be for me. It is my, it's a treat for me. I think it's quite important to keep a game aside that's just for me to unwind with, and that is what that is. Would you consider the Darksiders series, says Jan Pales? Jan Pales? Jan Pales? Jan Pales. Yeah. I played a bit of the first one. They're kind of Zelda-likes, aren't they? I've played a fair bit of... I did a Darksiders with Chris Pratt. Eurogamer, that's why I played the first one. Yeah, they're good fun. I'd give them a bash. It's a fun sort of series. Good work from Mark Hamill as well. Waterstar86 says, gotta go, bye all, much love, don't eat glue, humans or Play-Doh. Good enough, yeah, good advice. We'll take that. Yeah. Yeah, it's good advice, isn't it? Sorry to be a party pooper, everyone, but Waterstar86 is right. Oh yeah. I'll do a little tiny highlight on that rope. It will look nice. Do that. Stick that pirate down on the thing, and then we'll be good to wrap this up. Eleanor says, hello all, what's painting? Hi Eleanor, we're painting pirates who happen to be vampires who happen to be athletes. It's a long and convoluted story, but they're a pretty great Blood Bowl team. And I'm having great fun painting them up. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it, but I think once I'm done with this, it's going to be the nicest sort of coherent team of anything I've ever painted. So, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with these. There's really fun sculpts from a manufacturer called Punga. Why is my paint water salty? It's not normally salty. It's weird. Anyway, right, we'll stick this this CAD down, and then that'll be it, really, for this stream. Oh wow, that brush is fucked. Yeah, I need to get that in some nail polish remover to dissolve the glue. Good times. Eleanor says, did you put salt in it again? I don't think I salted my paint water. This was fresh paint water at the start of the stream. Eccentric Lefty says, don't lick your paintbrush. No! I like licking my paintbrush. It's a good way to maintain a tip. So there. My brushes, I'll stick them in my mouth all I like. Even boil them in water so they go soft like spaghetti, and I'll have them with sauce, and then I'll go to the hospital. The Nice Whip says, thanks for another stream of Don't Eat This. You're welcome. Now, is the super glue going to play ball? Please play ball. Someone's going to call the authorities if I eat any more super glue on this stream. Come on, fuck. Where's my pokey thing? There we go. Thanks, pokey thing. You're welcome, Jenny. Come on, super glue. I don't think you're very super at all. Oh, Davy Jones is on a super chat saying, I just played The Keep with a friend and we had a really good time since I downloaded it for free on itch.io. Here a bit money. Thank you very much, Davy Jones. That's lovely. I'm glad you had a good time playing The Keep. It is a 2-player RPG I wrote some time ago now, which is available if you search Johnny Chiodini itch.io. You can find some lovely RPGs for sale from yours truly. Or actually, they're all available on a pay-what-you-want basis. So if you want to pay nothing for them, you can. If you want to pay some money for them, you can. So there. I've actually got a new game in the works. Which I actually finished writing it a long time ago, but then it's sort of been in playtesting since then. I've got some art made up for it. But I'm hoping to get some physical editions for it made, and then I'm going to be selling them in an honest-to-goodness games market that's coming up toward the end of this month. So look out for more details on that as and when I have them to share, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, right, it's nearly 8 p.m, which means it's time for me to jolly well clock off. So we have been painting some vampires who were also pirates, who were also athletes. We managed to get through an entire trio of them, which feels pretty great. Very, very pleased with that. So, yeah. Focusing's a fucking nightmare, though, isn't it? In more ways than one. Ha, 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 ha. So, yeah, here's the trio we painted up. I'm quite pleased with those. And it's, you know what? It's bloody lovely to be back. Oh, Epizoan says, did you finish that K-Patcher Kickstarter? No, we didn't. And actually, we decided never to release that game because there were some elements that we were young and naive and didn't realise were problematic. So we're going to rework some of the ideas and get rid of a lot of it. But, you know, it's good to have an update for you after 9 years. Anyway, right, yeah. Had a lovely time painting. It's lovely to be back. Thank you all for dropping in and chatting and super chatting and all that good stuff. If you'd be so kind as to leave a like on your way out, that'd be nice, because it would be good algorithmically for the channel, and we can find all sorts of new lovely skeleton pals and bring them into the fold. So yeah, this week on Thursday I'll be back with a gaming stream, so look forward to that. And then on Saturday there'll be new episodes of Press Any Chiodini. The 10th episode of our Horizon Zero Dawn Let's Play will be going live. And for those of you who are of the requisite level on the Patreon, the second episode of the Dishonored 2 Let's Play will be going live. So if you aren't a patron and you would like to be, it's patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. Emma Benton has just very kindly popped a link in the chat. But yeah, most importantly, thank you so much for tuning in. Please don't eat glue. Just don't do it. Now that we've got that out the way, I'm going to go. You have a lovely rest of the day, whatever it is you are doing. Take care of yourselves, and I'll catch you very soon. Thanks again for watching. Goodbye.